That's really good.
Yeah, they're obviously, that's perfect, Eric. So does Morgan
But what
hear
I'm
us? Like if
realizing is we're seeing town hall more than for people. The structure is turned.
I see what you mean. Should I flip it?
Well, no,
What if we try other camera angles, Morgan?
Oh, I think that's getting better. That's the best. Yeah, that'll show School Street.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Because you can't see it all at once anyways.
Yep. Right, so this is school, and then this is Washington. Okay.
Harvard. It's Harvard Street.
Excuse me, Harvard, right.
That's okay.
So Morgan, if you can hear us, maybe we will kind of direct you to points where we want you to zoom in on the model.
Yeah.
But it won't be the
Morgan, you can move it the left a bit so that we see Harvard's. Yeah, much better. Thank you, Morgan. Because we don't need the library per se. But okay, great.
Hi, Sarah. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Great, we can hear you, so all set.
Recording in progress.
I'll just make a comment. It's nice to see trips to the farm school coming back. So it's always been a special place in my heart for that. So I'm happy to see the Driscoll team going to the farm school.
Anything else? All right, would someone like to move the consent agenda?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Stephen. Suzanne seconds. Stephen, you vote.
Yes.
Andy.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes, but just as two asides, can I say something now, or I can say it afterwards? Come back to me. Yes. David, I can't hear you, nor can anybody else at home.
Sarah. You don't hear me?
Sorry, yes, I hear you now.
Okay. Sarah, your vote?
Yes?
Mariah? And Val, maybe you didn't hear me. Valerie? All right, and I also vote yes. Oh, Natalia, there you are. Okay. Natalia also votes yes. All right. Helen, back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't think we have to vote an in-state field trip. I think it's only for out of state, so I would check that for future reference. It's not that critical. We voted it. It's fine. But I would check on that. I think it has to do with responsibilities, something with out of state as opposed to in state. Secondly, this is at least the second year that the squash team has gone to the championships, which I think is exciting. So, yay, squash team. Bye.
It is indeed last year national champions. Right. All right, so that brings us to the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. February 1st, our superintendent's update. And let me clear my screen so I can read some of this. The MMEA All-State Music Festival 2024. A huge congratulations to the following Brookline High School students who successfully auditioned into the Massachusetts Music Educators Association's 70th All-State Music Festival, an event featuring top instrumentalists and singers from all over Massachusetts. These students will represent the public schools of Brookline in the two-day festival and perform at the Boston Symphony Hall on March 23rd. We have Henry on trombone, Ronnie on violin, Antonia alto voice, Rebecca soprano voice, Diane cello, Anthony clarinet, Rahimi bass voice, Elsie soprano voice, Sophie soprano voice, Noah violin, and Justina on violin. Summer Eats Meals program. The Healy Driscoll administration, in collaboration with the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, will launch the 2024 Summer Food Service Program, or Summer Eats as it's known in Massachusetts, this June. Summer Eats is the U.S. Department of Agriculture funded initiative that provides free nutritious meals to children when school is not in session. In Massachusetts, DESE administers this program. More than 520,000 children qualify for free or low-cost school meals during the school year. During the summer months, some children lose access to those meals, and families frequently find it difficult to replace them. Summer Eats provides healthy meals to children in eligible areas throughout the state. Summer meal sites include schools and other community locations, from parks to summer camps. Many Summer Eats programs will open before July 4th and will continue serving meals until early September. Sponsors operate sites with close technical support from DESE and outreach assistance from the Child Nutrition Outreach Program at Project Bread. And I'm sure Sasha will be giving us an update as we get closer on our specific program here in Brookline. Training for families of LGBTQ+ students. The Brookline LGBTQ+ task force has collaborated with PTOs to host a training for parents who have LGBTQ+ youth in Brookline schools. The Zoom event will take place Monday, February 5th at 7 p.m. and will be led by Emily Lundardi, a licensed mental health counselor and registered drama therapist working towards helping others improve their LGBTQIA+ competency. Additional local resources will be shared by staff and parents from the task force. Again, that information is there. It will be presented in the slides. Did I skip one? Spring preschool screening. The Brookline Education Program will conduct its preschool screenings Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. This is a free and optional service for preschool age Brookline residents ages 2.6 to 5 years old who are not currently attending BEEP. The BHS art exhibit at Goddard House. The student artists at Brookline High School have been invited to exhibit their drawings, paintings, and photographs at Gallery M at Goddard House, a senior living community here in Brookline. The art exhibit, Together, is an intergenerational opportunity to build an empathetic relationship between artists and viewers as we find connection and resonance in these paintings, drawings, and photographs. Together is a celebration of moments and experiences, big and small, that are common to us all, whether we are 18 years old or 80. Together will be on exhibit until February 26th and is open to the public. And this image is that you see here is provided by Ellie Churchill, a BHS junior taking the Advanced Portfolio Prep class. Mock Caldecott Award 2024. More than 2,400 students in grades K through 5 voted in the annual Brookline Mock Caldecott Award this year. Each year, in honor of the Will Caldecott Medal given annually by the American Library Association for the most distinguished American picture book for children, the Brookline K librarians choose a selection of outstanding picture books to share with students across every school. Students learn about the elements that make up excellent picture books: plot, character, setting, style, interpretation. Keeping these elements in mind, students then vote on their favorite book. And this year, the nominees were I'm From, written by Gary R. Gray Jr., illustrated by Og Mora; Ode to a Bad Day, written by Chelsea Lynn Wallace, illustrated by Haiwan Yum; Once Upon a Book, written by Kate Mesner, illustrated by Grace Lynn; Remember by Joy Harjo, illustrated by Michaela Goad; Simon and the Better Bone, written and illustrated by Corey R. Tabor; The Train Home, written and illustrated by Dana Kim; There Was a Party for Langston, written by Jason Reynolds, illustrated by Jerome Pumphrey and Jared Pumphrey; Zap, Clap, Boom, written by Laura Purdy Salas, illustrated by Ellie McKay. And the students' selection is Simon and the Better Bone by Corey R. Tabor. And you can see here an image of the votes that were assembled or taken for the various books there. And I think next year, when we do this again, it might be nice to have a student or a librarian come and actually share the book with us to give us a little bit more detail there. Elementary and middle school concert season. It's performing arts. It's the Performing Arts Elementary and Middle School Band, Orchestra, and Chorus Winter Concert Season, and I won't call all of these out, but we'll make sure that the list is publicized for all to see. We've started January 29th and actually have a couple of sessions that are going on now. But the fourth grade strings and the 5th through 8th grade orchestras, directed by John, Arena, and Nina. And you can see their schedule here going through February 7th. The 5th through 8th band concert, directed by Rick, Chris, Elton, Dylan, and Steve, and that schedule runs from February 5th through February 14th. And then the 6th through 8th grade chorus concerts directed by Lauren, Meredith, Allie, Sarah, Tom, Melody, Becky, Maureen, and Mike. The all-town choruses, nights 1 and 2 will be February 7th and 8th. So again, a very busy schedule for our performing arts at the K-8 schools. Other performing arts events, we have the BHS Musical Chicago. There's a sitting tonight that's taking place. This is a jazz age musical that takes you to the 1920s in Chicago and the lives of two rivals who are accused of murder and vying for the spotlight. And this is taking place in the Roberts Dubs Auditorium at BHS. The Chamber Music Festival, the BHS orchestra students will perform a wide range of repertoire spanning Brahms to Nintendo themes at the February Chamber Music Festival, and that will take place February 5th at 22 Tappan. For some recent school visits, I decided to go back to my pictures. I told you all I get so engrossed in the visits, sometimes I forget to take pictures. So I had to make a concerted effort. You see a few shots of the early learnings and play that's happening in our BEEP classrooms here. Students are able to write their names, which is pretty awesome to see that happening. This is a shot, which school is this now? I think this is a shot from Hayes. And then a couple of shots of BHS where students and staff are taking place of the hall nooks and crannies that are there for folks. And then looking over, again, some more shots for BEEP, a Runkle visit, as well as the visit to FRR. Students engaged in dialogue. The students in one class were excited to talk about their work or research that they're doing on the civil rights movement and Rosa Parks. And then other students are annotating their poetry and putting together various writing samples there. And with that, that concludes our superintendent update for tonight.
Any questions for Dr. Pillory? I do have one comment regarding the workshop for families with LGBTQ plus students. As we had discussed at a prior school committee meeting, I think it would be a good idea if under the PSB and community events section of our dockets, we could include workshops that are taking place so that those who look at our docket will have another opportunity to be aware of these workshops because they're really great opportunities for the community.
David?
Yes, Stephen.
Thanks. Dr. Guillory, could you give us an update on the possible restoration of affinity spaces at BHS for Jewish and Muslim students? Was a decision taken on that?
I know Anthony talked about that, but I don't have an update for you at this moment.
Okay, I'd be interested.
We can get one for you though. Yeah.
Anyone else? All right, with that, we will move to the public hearing on the FY25 budget and school choice. And first up for public speakers, we have Mr. David Mann. Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is David Mann. I'm a parent of a student at Lincoln and another student at the high school. I'm also a member of the Lincoln School Parent Group called LIFE, L-I-F-E, which stands for Lincoln Initiative for Equity. And I'm a huge fan of our school system. That's one of the reasons we moved here. For the past 2 years, the LIFE committee I mentioned has put up bulletin boards in school hallways celebrating Black, Asian, and female leaders and neurodiversity. We've organized events connecting METCO kids and families with kids and families who live in the school district. We've put up posters celebrating diversity and denouncing hate against any people or group. We've helped to support the LGBTQ community. And right now we're about to celebrate what we call Culture Fest. where parents and students showcase the many diverse cultures at Lincoln School. We deliberately avoided calling it International Night since we wanted all kids and families to be able to participate, and we are finding that that small change is really paying off. I'm really pleased that equity goals are referred to a number of times in the superintendent's draft strategic plan and draft budget. Equity truly is excellence, and I fully support plans to conduct an equity audit. What I want to talk about specifically is an aspect of equity, representation. Lincoln, as many of you know, is a school with a great deal of diversity among students and their families, but much less diversity among educators and staff. 11% of the students at Lincoln are Latinx, but only 4.5% of staff. 27% of students are of Asian origin, but only 2% of staff. And while over 12% of students are Black, I believe that there is currently no Black teacher on staff. I would like to see a school system where students of color can see educators and leaders of color who look like them, with whom they can identify and bond and learn from every day and in every school. Where educators and staff receive training, support, and resources in bringing equity into the classroom. And where equity is literally built into the fabric of our schools. This is not just for the benefit of students of color, but for all students, so that they can see that educators and leaders come from all backgrounds and life experiences and can learn from them. We all know educational gaps stubbornly persist, especially for underrepresented kids. One day I decided to ask my son what he would do to make his school more fair for students of color. He looked at me and said, "Dad, we should hire more teachers who look like them." He's right. I looked it up, and research shows that having a teacher of color helps academic outcomes of students of the same color in that school. I would urge the committee and school leadership to focus on educator and leadership representation as an integral part of what we do. And I know that there are many parents like me who would be happy to help in any way we can. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Next, we have Mr. Colin Stokes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Colin Stokes. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 7, father of a BHS grad and a current first year. I do work professionally as a DEI consultant and facilitator, but I haven't worked for PSB except as a volunteer with other parents. And I wanted to respond to Assistant Superintendent Fortuna's presentation on January 18th with the summary of the community feedback to the draft strategic plan. When I began to fill out the survey myself, I was disappointed when it asked me to prioritize among the list of issues. It's sort of like me giving you a draft of this public comment and saying, "It's too long, tell me which letters of the alphabet you think are most important." Okay, academic rigor is highly rated and cultural relevance is viewed less favorably. This is good insight for messaging, but both are baked into the plan across multiple goals, just the same way letters are making up the words. And it's one of the things that I think is really strong about the plan. Meanwhile, the verbatim comments that Dr. Fortuna shared signaled maybe more about how some community members are being informed about these issues than a consensus view of education. For example, one comment was, "The district cannot continue to ignore its students who are already doing well." It took me a moment to process this sentence, because if the students are already doing well, they evidently aren't being ignored, or if they are being ignored, it doesn't seem to be harming them. I think the comment reflects the desire of, all of us to have all of our children be attended to individually. And another word for this is inclusion. You could also call it equity. And then there was the comment, "How do you avoid the introduction of bias when interpreting culturally relevant?" So the reason that it's important to check for cultural relevance in schools is precisely to try to avoid bias, because so many of the materials and assessments that are designed for schools have been shown to have baked in assumptions about the backgrounds and access and values and references that students have. And if we want children who don't share those references to successfully learn, we ensure that the schools include a range of cultures that matches that of the student body. Otherwise, without cultural relevance, we are biased. And finally, the provocative statement, the goal here should be rigorous instruction, not running a training camp for radical activists. And some people do think it's radical that all students should have fair access to the chance to learn. And to me, and I think to the school committee and majority of people who work in this district, equity and inclusion, or whatever you want to call them, are exactly the way to ensure that the goal of rigorous instruction is achieved, not just for the students who are already doing well, but for all Brookline students. So I thank the school committee for the intent of the strategic plan, and I am excited to move on to implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. Next, we have Ms. Chi-Chi Wu.
Thank you. My name's Chi-Chi Wu. For those of you who don't know me, I'm with the Brookline Asian American Family Network, the chair of the steering committee. I'm here tonight to present a petition, but before I do that, I want to say +1 to the comments of the 2 previous speakers, especially the speaker who spoke about more teachers of color. We have been asking that at BAFN for over a decade, and I'm glad other parents are echoing the call. So I'm here to present a petition in support of LEAP, Leadership, AAPI Leadership and Affinity Program. What is that, you might ask? I'll read the first paragraph of the petition. Asian American Pacific Islanders AAPI students make up nearly 1 in 5 students at Brookline High School. We're the largest community of color and a marginalized group at BHS. Only a handful of programs at BHS specifically support AAPI students. The newest and most innovative, designed and implemented by BHS AAPI educators, is LEAP, which provides affinity support, curriculum, and mentoring for AAPI students. Currently, LEAP offers a opt-in weekly affinity advisory session tailored for AAPI identifying students, as well as the newly launched Asian American Literature course. There's about 50 kids in this opt-in advisory, and there frankly could be more if we had more capacity. But a few weeks ago, we got word that funding for LEAP couldn't be guaranteed given the budget situation at PSB and the situation at BHS with overcrowded classrooms. We were naturally alarmed and requested a meeting with BHS leadership, which the Office of Educational Equity was also present. We decided to organize this petition to show the broad community support for LEAP. We've met with BHS and PSB leadership, and they have stated their firm commitment to continuing LEAP and providing the course releases needed to run it. We're very heartened by this commitment, and we appreciate it. But of course, they're not the last say. Y'all are. That's why I'm here tonight, to present this petition with 355 signatures from community members to you, the school committee, and Dr. Guillory, to show the strong community support for the BHS LEAP program. It's a small investment. LEAP requires an 0.2 course release from one teacher and a +1 for the other. In the search for ways to balance the budget or decrease class sizes at BHS, please do not minimize the critical nature of programs like LEAP and defund them. One more thing, even in supposedly progressive Brookline, there are those who would call themselves anti-DEI, and Colin Stokes here, in fact, read a comment by one of them, and they would attack programs to support marginalized communities. This petition with 355 signatures shows that there are many more parents, students, and community members who believe in diversity, who believe in equity, who believe in inclusion, who support a program like LEAP and things like equity audits that stand for these values. Thank you. I'll pass these out and I'll send an electronic copy to the email address for you guys.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wu. Next, we have Mr. Elliott Wayne. All right, we'll give him another chance if he arrives later. Next, we will go to Mr. Amir Grinstein.
I feel we are already a little bit friends here. This is my third time appearing recently. I'm Amir Grinstein, a parent, BHS graduate. One is currently BHS sophomore, and my youngest is at FRR. I'm also a professor at Northeastern. Today I want to talk about the importance of Holocaust education. In the context of the budget discussion, and as you consider curriculum change and review the existing curriculum, and it is always a hard choice, I believe it's valuable to explore the study of the Holocaust. We know that the program on the Holocaust was part of the 8th grade curriculum, but it's not available anymore. It seems an extremely valuable topic, at least in social studies, not only because the Jewish angle, the anti-Semitism implications, but mostly due to the universal takeaways and the urgent need in such systematic atrocities like that will never happen again for any group of people. What did we learn from the Holocaust? We learned about the triumph of the human spirit, but also about the depth of evil. And in the context of evil, we learned that in certain conditions, good or ordinary people can follow evil behaviors. Worth recalling Hannah Arendt saying about the banality of evil. The Holocaust also taught us about morality and about the danger of silence. We learned about the importance of coalition building and camaraderie, as well as the idea of pulling through adversity. We learned about the importance of protecting the vulnerable and protecting the democratic system. Are we jeopardizing all these lessons? A recent study conducted by YouGov and published in The Economist, which I shared with the committee, have revealed a frightened reality. 20% of the 18 to 29 age group in America think that the Holocaust is a myth. So 1 in 5 young Americans does not believe that the Holocaust occurred. 22% believe that the Holocaust has been exaggerated. So the title of the figure in The Economist is Seriously? This level of ignorance and discounting of such a critical and central event in recent world history is outstanding and really troubling. One additional challenge is that not only students may be at risk of not being exposed to these important lessons, but that teachers as well, many of them on the younger side, will not be equipped with these lessons. So I would therefore implore the committee to review the study of the Holocaust in the Brookline public school system in the hope that lessons learned from the unprecedented event will make our students, community, and society better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grinstein. Next, we will go to Mr. Harold Szymanski.
Hello all, I'm Harold Szymanski of Winchester Street. I'm the father of Aaron, BHS class of 2020. Jacob, I have a current student at BHS. Ethan is his name. I myself am a BHS graduate from 1984, if you can believe it. I know you guys cannot respond at all, but I'm sure you're all thinking, wow, he looks terrific. And I would agree. For those of you who don't know what going to Brookline Public Schools in 1980s was, I would call it the golden age of bullying. At that point in time, bullying was something that everyone knew something about. All of us were facing many, many times, and it was just sort of a fact of life. It was sort of, playground rules back then. And while there were certainly some, I would say, really well-placed ideas and people and thoughts, bullying itself was really never conquered in terms of it being something that now is actually quite foreign. And I think the reason that that happened was because we started taking bullying prevention very, very seriously. And in fact, if we look at what the school itself did, in 2011, they had a bullying prevention intervention plan, and they specifically outlined how administrators should respond to incidents of bullying, how they should investigate it, who should be notified if a report was made by or against your child, and how determination should be communicated. Basically, they turned the issue of bullying in and they wrapped it into an administrative, let's say, envelope, so that these things were taken very, very seriously in a very deliberate and, again, administrative way. And from that perspective, something that felt very generic, the notion of, oh, he's a bully, actually we became something that was fact-based, that was evidence-based. And that's why in many ways it was very effective. Now I think, and again, and now I'm a little bit more serious than I would imply, now we live in the age of the golden age of hate speech. The reality is hate speech now comes in all sorts of different forms. It is catalyzed in all sorts of different ways. We see it every day. And social media itself is in many ways the ultimate tool when it comes to hate speech. And with that in mind, and that is background, what I'm really asking the town to do is start looking at hate speech and start building around it a prevention and intervention plan when it comes to hate speech. Now, I understand that this is something that's in the works right now, and by all means, I absolutely encourage it. My only request is that this process actually moves forward, that we have other folks in the community. I just don't speak to myself. Honestly, I'm coming from the perspective of having Jewish students at Brookline High School, being well connected to the Jewish community, seeing the impact it's had on them, and I think that's even been reported here. But the reality is hate speech is something that we should have absolutely no tolerance for, as we do, except in order to make that real, in order to make that actually happen, we need to have really an administrative process around it that includes investigating hate speech, understanding who should be notified if a report is made by or against a child, and how determination should be communicated. As I said earlier, the town became very effective and communities became very effective because they were able to create such a plan. Now, I recognize I only have 10 seconds left. The plan that we created was originally in 2011 around bullying. We had many iterations about that. We had about 5 different iterations about that plan. My hope is that we move forward on the anti-hate speech plan, recognizing this first plan is not going to be perfect. No one expects it to be, but let's get something in place, recognizing that this will be a living document that improves, that we iterate over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Szymanski. We will now go to Ms. Donna Perry.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me here. I made it by the skin of the MTA. I'm here to echo most of probably what Harold just said about having a hate speech protocols in place, which we have asked for the past 4 months. As you work through the current budget process and the refinement of the strategic plan, I know you have a lot of important decisions in front of you. I hope you'll keep our children at the forefront of your decisions. It actually blows my mind that our district has not yet provided hate speech protocols, given the dramatic rise of anti-Semitic incidents since October 7th. I've stood here and made reference to our bullying prevention plan and our bullying reporting procedures. Tonight, I've actually made copies for each of you to review. I think, as Harold just said, the procedures actually offer a framework that can be easily modified and applied to hate speech. We need mechanisms that will standardize our process to address hate speech, to standardize how investigations are conducted, how they're documented, how data is reported out, and how feedback loops are maintained for families, administrators, and educators. We don't have any real data, as far as I know, in our district about specifically anti-Semitic incidents in Brookline. So we're not able to measure any shift in our school community since October 7th. I do have a homemade list of incidents from families that have reached out to us. I know personally of at least a dozen incidents strictly at BHS since October 7th. Some of those were reported to the district via the online reporting form, some were not. Out of those that were reported via the online reporting form, only one received a response. Who knows how many other incidents of anti-Semitism or Islamophobia are happening in our district? And you know why no one knows? Because there is no procedure to support these investigations. There's no procedure to support data collection. There's no procedure to support data reporting and to provide feedback loops. So I want to thank you for your time. I hope you'll take a minute to look at your bullying procedure, which is actually quite hardy, and maybe consider it as a framework for this.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Next, we have Ms. Iris Alpert.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, I'm new. I've never been to a school committee meeting before, so I feel like a real lightweight. I really can't speak like other people have spoken, but I can only speak from my experience, so I will. I'm here basically to echo the request for a hate speech protocol in the town. So first, I'm a longtime Brookline resident and a parent of a graduate of BHS. We're in the Baker School District, but we lived for a long time right here up at Pierce. So really, it's been over the last few weeks, watching over the last few months, what's been happening since October 7th on college campuses, and I just started wondering what was happening here at BHS, not only at BHS, but all the campuses. And so I sort of started looking around and seeing what people were doing or what people were feeling. And I got in touch with people who've been involved here. And what I learned was, it was sad, and it made me worried about what's happening in the classrooms, what teachers are teaching, how kids are talking to each other, how faculty is talking to one another, how administrators are managing the situation. Just the anecdotal experiences I've heard have made me sad, really sad. In learning about all the things that are going on currently, and like I said, I'm new, so all of this I'm not really sure, how to proceed, but I know that there's on the docket tonight, there's the strategic plan, and that I read that in that plan, goal 3, it seems like the perfect place to sort of address these problems, because it states that a climate and culture where all students and staff and caregivers experience a strong sense of belonging and safety seems to be a good umbrella to start. Because it's really, it's safety for everybody, young, old, able-bodied or not, big or small, Black, white, Asian, Latino, straight, gay, trans, Christian, Muslim, and Jew. And they all have the right and the privilege to a non-hostile learning culture and climate here in Brookline. So it seems like the hate speech prevention procedure that was requested could be modeled on the bullying prevention plan. And let's see. And I guess to me, while it definitely seems like it's necessary, it seems like it's just a starting point for all of us to try to figure out ways to talk to each other, with respect, and with respect for each other's narratives, that each child needs to see modeled that done for everyone. We're everyone, meaning everyone, no matter what color or your background or your religion or your sexual orientation, but really for everybody. And it seems like that is already protected in so many of the policies and programs that are being used in Brookline. So thank you very much. I hope you guys consider it when you consider the plan tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Alpert. Has Mr. Wayne arrived? I don't see him. All right, so we'll now go to some public comment on Zoom. And first up will be Ms. Carolyn Thal.
Thank you. Good evening. Carolyn Thal, town meeting member in precinct 16. I'm going to be super geeky wonky me and talk really specifically about the budget, which I understand you're undertaking tonight. And I watched your first discussion of it last week. First, I have just 2 super simple questions that I hope might be answered. I don't know what your format is for later. but I would love to understand whether the proposed budget includes full funding for the South Brookline BHS bus again. And also if someone could please explain just the line item showing an increase of $291,000 for cleaning at Pierce and Driscoll schools. I don't know if you're going to get into that level of detail, but that would be great to know. More broadly, it is real estate tax bill day here in Brookline. So those of us paying taxes and rent can't help but be reminded of the permanent $7 million tax increase that we Brookline voters agreed to take on last May. A central promise of that override for this year's FY24 budget was adequate staffing for acceptable class sizes. Yet we ended up with a class size crisis, I'd say is fair to call it, at the high school this year. So I would love to hear a double confirmation, which I think Ms. Givens said she would sort of check on, that the request for 5 FTE at BHS next year is indeed exactly what BHS leadership requested, and that they are getting everything they need to be able to do what they and their wonderful teachers do so exceptionally well for all students. Again, more broadly, I just would love to sort of say that the BHS situation this year, I think, underscores the need for annually a clear and comprehensive look back or accounting of actual allocations versus whatever was requested in budgets from at least, say, FY22 to the present. I think it's important for the public to have that information to digest during the budget development process. That's the only way that we can know what the real and actual trends are, and whether each year's book might end up unintentionally obscuring fundamental changes that have taken place over time. For example, and this is just a made-up example using small but easy numbers, if the FY23 budget had called for funding 20 total FTE at BHS, but 5 people left, and maybe only 15 were actually hired, then they're down 10 FTE coming into the next cycle. And that doesn't show up in the information publicized in the next budget book as currently shown. So even adding 5 more FTE wouldn't even restore to what was previously agreed was necessary. I hope that is making sense. At least I think Mariah, I don't mean that to disparage anybody, but I hope that was clear. I just think there are sort of trends and things that disappear over time that don't show up. And I feel those are important to understand, because sometimes things that get lost become a new normal, and that's not clear as you and we consider the priorities for the coming year. Along those same lines, for this year's budget book proposal so far, I would love to see more clarity on PD spending. This year's total request is up by 56% over last year and 211% from FY23. So it looks like that's quite a disproportionate increase compared to other discretionary spending areas. So I would like to much better understand what's driving that request and how that's justified in relation to other items. I think as part of AC and individually, there's been a few other sort of particular questions. So I'll really look forward to hearing your discussion of the budget later, and with appreciation of how much work it is and your work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thal. Next, we'll go to Mr. Marco Beatran.
Hi, how are you?
We're fine.
Good. Thanks so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Marco Bitran. I'm a parent of an 8th grader and a high school junior. I'm also an alumni of the Baker School and Brookline High School, both of which I loved attending. I'm working with a group of parents who feel it's very important to have hate speech procedures defined as we consider the budget for fiscal year 25. We believe that this policy must include speech against or anti-Semitic speech against Jewish students. When I was growing up, I never felt marginalized. In fact, I can't remember any time where I felt discriminated against as a Jew, which is one of the reasons my parents moved here. It was a town that did not have occurrences of anti-Semitism. I know we all want to keep it that way. But we need to recognize that anti-Semitism during those years was a fraction of what it is today. Following the events of October 7th, we've all seen a dramatic rise of anti-Semitism, a lot of it in our own backyard. The other dangerous element of today's society, which is different from when I was growing up, is the amount of misinformation that students have at their fingertips. Any sort of misinformation they want to find to foster hate against Jews or any other race. So education becomes ever more important. At the current time, Brookline does not have a hate speech policy. A hate speech policy needs to be developed so that teachers can properly identify hate speech and so that the school system has a vetted, standardized set of procedures in place to deal with hate speech incidents. Students also deserve a clear set of guidelines as to what constitutes hate speech. In addition to combat the rise of anti-Semitism that we have seen locally here, the history of the Jews must be taught. I implore the committee to include in the budget some budget to teach the history of the Jews, and in particular the history of the Holocaust. The Holocaust was the most extreme extermination campaign against a people in the history of the human race. The final solution ordered by Hitler and the Nazi Party, which ran from 1941 to 1945, as you know, killed somewhere between 5.1 and 6 million Jews, 3 million Soviet prisoners of war, 2 million Poles, and 400,000 other undesirables. This event was perpetrated by one of the most sophisticated and developed societies in existence at the time, and it's one of the best examples of how evil leaders can manipulate society for the advancement of horror. How can an event of this scale not be taught to each student in our schools? If we don't study this history, it can repeat.
Marco?
Yes.
Can you pause for just a second until we reconvene here?
No problem.
All right, I think we're all set. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No problem. Where did I lose you?
If you could go back maybe about 30 seconds worth.
Okay, I was just basically trying to make the point, summarize it to be brief, how important the Holocaust was. It was an event that shows how evil leaders can manipulate even very sophisticated societies to perpetrate horror. So not only is it important in the context of the history of the Jews, but it's also a very important history lesson for any student that in American society or the world that we want them to know about. So I'm just imploring the committee to consider two things. One, hate speech policies in particular against Jews and other races, minorities, and also please to include the history of the Holocaust in have budget for it for the educational program going forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bitran. Next, we have Mr. Vinay Gidwani.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your time today. My name is Vinay Gidwani. I'm a parent of 3 children at Florida Ruffin Ridley. I was also the FR representative at the community planning team that assisted the district in putting together the strategic plan. As many of you know, the strategic plan is a 4-year plan that sets out specific milestones and deliverables across teaching and learning, community connections, climate and culture, management and capacity planning, and governance. The plan also does a wonderful job of defining core values that are important to all of us, such as culture of collaboration, celebration of differences, joy of learning, and others. I'm kind of a nerd this way, but I think one of the most exciting aspects of the plan is that it's very verbose in defining benchmarks and specific action items broken down by year. As previous speakers today have demonstrated, there's a tremendous excitement and engagement to improve our schools. At these meetings and other gatherings, we hear great insights into the challenges our students face and what we could be doing to improve them. But now I implore the school committee to shift their focus beyond having a deeper understanding of the issues and into excellence in implementation and a culture of getting things done. There has been a plenty of time to talk about issues and potential solutions, but I want to emphasize we now have a plan. It's no longer a mystery on what we should do to at least make some difference to improve the issues that we care about, whether it's challenges in equity to enrichment, hate speech, or LGBTQ issues. Any large company or enterprise that develops a strategic plan would naturally convert that plan into clear roles and responsibilities, objectives and key results, benchmarks for success, and mechanisms to track progress. This is the only way that we get people to work together to get large multi-year initiatives done. So what I asked the committee to do is to move into an implementation phase that's based upon 4 key tenets. 1, accountability. We need to be clear on who's responsible for what and how we can all help them be successful. 2, transparency and progress. We must report our successes and, most importantly, our failures. 3rd, involvement of the community and stakeholders. It must be clear how all of us can direct and help define and implement the plan. And finally, a spirit of learning and iteration. We must be able to accept when things don't work, ask what went wrong, and revise the plan to make it better. Let me end with, I think, 3 salient points. First, we must be careful about how we spend the bandwidth of the district, its leaders, and the community members. We can spend a tremendous amount of time regurgitating and reframing the various problems we all see. Problem definition is important, but it can often overconsume resources and take away from solution implementation. We must shift our focus and resources to implementation. Attempting to be perfectly balanced and inclusive of every opinion is indeed often the enemy of getting anything actually done. Second, I mentioned stakeholders. We must remember that the most important stakeholders we have are our students. We must engage students in the implementation of our plan. They must be aware of it, engaged in making it happen, recognizing when it needs to be improved, and making to feel responsible for making the plan work. Engaging our students in the implementation of the plan is the only way to make it stick and have an impact. And then finally, our budget must reflect the priorities of this plan. If the budget doesn't carve out the specific resources required for the implementation of the plan, we might as well throw the plan out. I asked the committee to consider how to draw the connection between specific deliverables in the plan and exactly how we're going to commit resources to getting those things done. If it's not in the budget, as we all unfortunately know, it's probably not going to get done. We must face that reality. Again, thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate everybody's committing to making the community better for our students.
Thank you, Mr. Gidwani. Next, we have Ms. Sanjali Gidwani.
Sanjali, my wife, I was probably speaking for her as well during that. So.
Okay.
Yeah, got a 2-for-1.
All right, then we will now go to Ms. Limor Geller.
Hi, good evening. I'm Limor, a mother of 10th grade student at BHS, and my second daughter will join BHS in 2 years. I'm from Israel, and my daughter was born here in Boston. On October 7th, we experienced a horrible, shocking day in Israel's history, and since then, anti-Semitism has risen, fueled by misinformation on social media. This has led to increased hate towards Jewish and Israeli people, often disregarding facts and reality. The educator's role goes beyond encouraging high grades for college application. It involves shaping future leaders and influencers who contribute positively to the world. If students graduate with top grades but lack empathy, respect for real diversity, and the ability to discuss discrimination openly, then their education falls short. As a school committee, I urge you to establish hate speech protocols promptly, similar to your existing bullying protocols. This step is crucial in fostering a safe and inclusive environment for all students. Let's work together to ensure that BHS graduate individuals who not only excel academically, but also have emotional intelligence and complex thinking. Also, I strongly encourage you to allocate a budget for educating teachers about anti-Semitism. To maintain our schools as a safe space for all, it is crucial to invest in professional development for educators, fostering a deeper understanding of the history and context of Jewish hate and the Holocaust. Ignoring these subjects leaves room for misinformation, including potentially harmful content on platforms like TikTok, which are all aware can pose serious dangers. Raising informed, caring adults is more important than anything to build a positive future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geller. And that concludes public comments for this evening. We will now move on to presentations and discussions of current issues. And first up, we will be discussing the FY 2025 budget. Dr. Givens, whenever you're ready.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? How's that?
There you
Okay.
go.
If you can hear in the room, then that's how we know where people are. Okay, okay, good. So we have some follow-up information.
There, half an hour,
from our-
40 minutes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, oh, okay. To share with you tonight. But first, we wanted to give you a little update about a meeting that we had earlier this week with the town administrator and the deputy town administrator. So we'll start off with Linus giving you an update on that, and then we'll move to the next topic, which will be the English Language Arts Program. Dr. Fortuna will share some information about that topic, and then we have a couple of more if there's time permits.
Thank you, Dr. Givens, and good evening again. So as Susan shared, we had a meeting with the town administrator. It seems like so long ago. Was it just yesterday?
It's one long day.
We're busy. Just yesterday. And so part of that is some revised numbers for the overall budget that will be discussed next week at the Town School Partnership. So I don't want to get in front of that information being shared out, but we have more work to do as a committee and organization around choices that we need to make in the long run here. But in that meeting, sort of a happenstance follow-up conversation. Again, Chaz and I have been talking about sort of this budget process and the strains or the stresses that we feel on the school side at the same time when the town is presenting or sharing the budget number when it evolves out of their system, out of their hopper. So we start our budgeting process development in October, and then by December, we come up with a number. The town is doing their thing on their side, and by December, then they come up with a number, and never do the two actually meet in our current configuration. But in doing so, we learned that we may be artificially imposing deadlines on ourselves through an interpretation that was applied by a previous staff member of this February 15th deadline. And so I just received some additional information today from town council about the imposition of that deadline there, and I'll share with the committee later on this evening. But essentially, the notion of the work that we're doing around to produce a budget book, because now we engage in a process of when our budget actually evolves from our development process, then we're scrambling sort of to keep up with presentations when we've not had a chance to fully digest everything that comes up out of it as well. It doesn't mean that we don't know what's in there. It just means that we haven't had a chance to really process decisions as a result of just the timing. So we are going to continue committing to meet to review what may be healthier timelines that allow the school side to do its work, as well as still meet the town side deadlines. So we have some more meetings coming up around that. But the big notion there, and I think Town Council Simpson provided the interpretation of the legal standing there around this February 15th deadline piece there. So more there. Susan, was there anything else?
No, I think that was
the
just
big takeaways.
commitment to engage in
Continue
dialogue over the
dialoguing
next couple
about
of
it.
months in order to really rethink and what the deadlines are, why they're that way.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood that. So what's the upshot of that? That we may have more time than we initially thought?
Go ahead, Mariah, and I'll come back to.
Well, that was basically my question, was like, I didn't understand what we were being told.
So essentially, we have, and since I've been here, there's been this notion of trying to get the budget book out in December. And part of that was that there's a town charter that says it's due by February 15th. What both Deputy Town Council Goff has said is that that's a fairly new development that since her time in Brookline, that the schools used to provide their budget documents, books around the end of February or by February break. It's been her experience there. But I feel that we've been working towards this February 15th deadline when that's not necessarily an imposition that we are required to follow as such. So my point is, the bigger point here is that without knowing what our budget number is from the town side, that we engage in sort of this duplicative work or doing redundant work. When we're producing a budget that doesn't then match the town side, then we go through this scramble and stressors of trying to now squeeze that square peg in the round hole as such. So
I have so many thoughts on this, but I will
Absolutely.
not comment on it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we only looking at a one?
Well, do you want me to say what I mean, look, at the end of the day, we need to see the budgets for the departments and the schools. I don't care if it comes in a book. I don't care if it comes in a presentation. The idea, in the years when we got the budget, and we didn't get that budget until April, it was frankly, in my opinion, to be very blunt, and this was not under your administration, it was disastrous to be able to not be able to have our opportunity to do the process. At the end of the day, it's a school committee budget.
Absolutely.
And so if there's any sort of, I have no problem with rethinking, as we've talked about many times, rethinking how we do things best, but to the extent that it shortens or inflicts damage on our ability to understand and process the budget, I don't want that to happen. I've never seen the town's number, which is constantly fluctuating for all the reasons that we've all talked about, as ever being the aim. We're not necessarily aiming to do that. Our budget has always had to be driven by our priorities and not by the town's number. Even if at the end we have to put the square peg into the round hole, we have still always had to think about what our vision was and aim for that. And then if we have to mitigate, but we should be starting with our vision, and we need to be able to understand the vision. And so if, again, I'm going to repeat myself at this point, but that's my initial.
No, I agree with you. And I don't mean to imply that I'm talking about April either.
Right.
I'm not talking about that at all, but I am talking about a process here. And Susan and I have talked about this notion of really refining our budgeting process as we, again, because we've made a tremendous shift in how we build our budget to cost centers. And what I don't want us to do is go through these self-inflicted deadlines and impositions that constantly stress people out who've not had deep understanding of how to build budgets and make budgets and those types of things. So I'm asking for us to really just take a look at what is a more reasonable timeline for looking at our budgeting process. And we're not going to do that independently of the committee. But what I'm saying is that this notion, at least when I was interpreting this February 15th, as let's hurry up and get this done. And David even brought this up in docket, sort of this, how then do we go to this budgeting balancing process of, if we're over an allocation, then do we try to get that down before February 15th, only to find out that the February 15th is not a deadline that we have to necessarily stick.
But for years, we have not tried to meet this February 15th dollar amount. I mean, why would February 15th, we haven't met the February 15th dollar amount for years. We've presented an initial budget request, not a final number that goes to town meeting.
That part I understand, and I agree with that.
I just don't understand where this is coming from now with this idea that we're trying to get the dollars to match on February 15th. That's never been a pressure point for us.
But are we looking at only a difference of a week here? So if you're saying by February break and the practice had been February 15th.
Well, that's for delivering the book.
Oh, for delivering the book.
We have to discuss what we want our timeline to be, but coming right out of the winter recess, in that it's just, Susan didn't take a break at all. There are several of us that didn't actually take a break, and this notion of just running around the clock year round, it's killing our staff. And so my only reason for bringing this up is we need to do business differently. We need to get the budget tight, transparent, so that all of these numbers tie. All of that I'm 100% committed to. But what I'm saying is I'm tired of burning our staff up. That's
what is
plus one on that for sure.
Yeah. What is the February 15th deadline?
So it's in town charter for the town administrator to present, I think, the budget for AC, but schools aren't obligated to that number. Is the town council's interpretation of it.
Okay. Natalia?
This is sort of a very hypothetical, big picture question. I mean, I was struck by your point that you and Chaz don't talk, that there's like parallel processes that are happening. Are there cost savings for Brookline if there was communication? Like what happens in our buildings in the summer? Like could paraprofessionals, like are there ways that we can work across, both because of our assets in terms of buildings, but also the people? It just feels like if you're not really talking to each other, then there aren't opportunities to kind of leverage, the health department may need, people in the summer, it just feels like, or the senior center, that there might be opportunities that nobody has considered because we're working on two separate processes.
Let me clear something up. Chaz and I meet every month, so we talk all the time. What I mean by the budget development process, those two run pretty independently. But we are engaged in conversation around shared services and how we can be more efficient there as well. So we're looking for those opportunities.
Just to add one more maybe commentary on that. It was really more, I guess, Linus and I not necessarily feeling that on the school side, we had adequate time to go through our processes, and it's our budget. And feeling like when we left that meeting, that maybe there is more space for the school committee and the administration to be able to really engage in more meaningful dialogue around our budget, that we were feeling very much was restricted. And some of this could just be, as Linus said, what we interpreted, and some of it could be past practice and all of that. But we walked away feeling like there was a little bit of hope that we could change our process a bit to make it feel a little more engaging. We could have deeper conversation and not have to feel like, you know, we have to hurry up, because it feels that way very much to me, and I'm not accustomed to that. That we should have adequate time for us to prepare the budget document in a way that we've done all the things that you were suggesting the last time, which we just don't have the time in the sequence that we have right now to be able to do it. Because if we're going to deliver a budget on the 12th of January, my staff can't even take a Christmas holiday, and that the people that then, by the time we get it rolled up, that we need to have a conversation with are on their break. And so how do we really give you a tight, clear, transparent presentation, and then have the opportunity for appropriate amounts of deliberation between administration and the school board for us to come together before, you know, here's the plan. So I guess I would just say that we felt a little bit more hopeful that maybe the pressure we've been feeling is not necessary for in the long run. If we so that's why we wanted to continue with the dialogue with them, so that we better understand that and we can come up with a process that meets our collective need. Because it feels very much like we're squished on our side for a longer process on the town side.
So Helen hasn't spoken yet, so I want to go to Helen, and then I'll go back to the two of you.
Thank
Helen,
you.
go ahead.
I wasn't sure if you could see me. I totally support Linus and Susan in this process. This February 15th used to be the time that the superintendent would sort of give a message, a budget message, not a full, complete budget. And somehow, you're right, it did get changed around. I remember we had to vote the budget, I think, by April 15th was my recollection. Mariah, you probably remember it from the advisory committee, when you were on advisory, and things sort of got changed. I think it's really hard to put together a budget during the holidays. I think it's also really hard when the number keeps on changing. Until March, we really don't even know what our healthcare costs are. And that can have a huge effect on the budget. And, you know, you don't want people sort of getting all worked up when it might not have to. Or if we do, then we need to work on it. But it's to do it in advance and have that kind of anxiety going around is not a good idea. The one caveat, and part of the reason we moved the budget decision sooner, had to do with trying to hire some of the best teachers and some the best teachers of color, who oftentimes get jobs earlier in the season of job hunting in the spring. So that's the one thing I think we need to balance with when we do our budget, so that people know if they're able to hire, or if we know that we're able to hire a certain amount of people, that we can do that, but not know which school they're going to necessarily. So those are my points. I feel like I know this budget is going to change. It'll in the past, it's usually gone up, but that may not be the case. I don't know what the case is this year. I think that's all I have to say there.
Stephen?
Yeah, I think I speak for the entire school committee when I say we want to support a process that does not burn out staff. We support that fully. And I think the nerve that may have been touched with us, you may or may not know, is that before Dr. Guillory got here, and this I credit Dr. Guillory with, we didn't have a budget book, much less a process that was so deliberative, that had so much community engagement in. So when I think the message began with, we realize there's an interpretation that allows us to push us back, I think we all reacted with like, hold on a second, we have this from our point of view, this process now that works so well for the school committee. And from my point of view, I didn't realize that there was such a cost to the staff. So I fully support having a process that does not burn out staff. That's priority number one. But from our point of view, we also are really grateful to Dr. Guillory and in your administration as it's turned over, that you've produced a process that's resulted in a budget book, a deliberative process with multiple points for school committee and community engagement, which we did not have just 2 years ago.
Suzanne?
Yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, I'm in full support, Dr. Guillory, what you're suggesting and saying, and you too, Dr. Givens. Are you thinking that we would just push things out kind of by 2 or 3 weeks? I mean, is that kind of what you're thinking? Like the budget book would come to us, I don't know, February 15th or February 1st, and then I'm just wondering what it is what your vision is. If you
Yeah,
could
we
share.
hadn't really gotten that far. We just left the meeting feeling, oh,
Okay.
okay, now we're ready to have another conversation. We wanted to make you aware, in case you all were feeling the same way. The idea is not to reduce the amount of time that we have for dialogue and debate. In fact, we want to have all of that, but a higher quality experience for all of us, and being able to understand what our requirements are and what our goals are will help us to make sure that that happens. Because this is, our budget is, your responsibility is to review and approve a budget. And so it's a primary responsibility of the school committee, as hiring the superintendent and, negotiations and a few things along those lines are really important work that you do. So we don't want to shortchange that. We want to improve that experience. And make sure that we have adequate time to properly review, vet, and engage in dialogue about this really important policy document that will ultimately approve and will drive the work that we do in the year ahead. So
thank you.
Helpful. We
Yeah.
don't have anything concrete yet.
Okay.
We were just feeling like it was an important thing to report out to you, that there is actual consensus on the part of all of us to make this a positive experience for both the town as well as the school side. So more to come on that.
Mariah?
I am excited about, as we've already talked about, revisiting like the budget process for next year. And as I said already, +1 on this idea of supporting staff. I don't want us to over course correct, knowing that this year has been extremely burdensome for you all because of the strategic plan that was being simultaneously co-developed and how much work that was, and then building a budget with a strategic plan, like having all of this happen simultaneously, with this being Jody's first budget cycle and your first budget cycle, so there's like so many things that are new and moving here. So I just want us to sort of make sure that we're not overemphasizing the budget among all the other responsibilities, like I'll say extraordinary responsibilities that you've had to carry this particular year. The other thing I want to get clarity on is, are you suggesting that there is a plan to not vote the budget next week as per our calendar this year, or is this only for future years?
Future.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to do it this way. Okay. I was like, okay, how far are we shifting right now? Okay.
Yeah. No.
No, we're going to stick on our schedule for this year because that's already in motion. Those are commitments that we've made. But as Susan articulated, that it gives us breathing room or it gives us the opportunity to look for breathing room moving forward. Because again, I think this notion of just coming out of the holidays, we're scrambling, well, you experienced it, so you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? In terms of document, then the system fails, and then all of those types of things. You leave here, your blood pressure is 200 over some ungodly number. But this notion of how then do we engage in deeper conversations of this committee before it then starts going through the cooking hopper there. So that's the opportunity that we feel, because when they said that, I was like, oh, that's just such a relief. Because again, for me, I get anxiety about that February 15th deadline, and then making sure that there are no errors in the book and all of those types of things that we naturally run into when folks are running at 110 miles an hour to try to get things done. So folks are working hard, but I also don't want to then create then if an error is made, then there's that energy that has to go into now course correcting that narrative. And then that narrative takes a life of its own. And then it's like, well, no, you're focused on the wrong thing. We need you back over here as such. So
Now, do others on the committee feel that we're going to be ready a week from now to vote on the budget? Because we still don't have answers to a lot of questions. I'm not blaming anyone. It's a lot of work. I understand that. But it's a bit difficult, I think, for us as committee members to vote a budget without having all those answers quite yet. And also there's the potential for some major programmatic shifts, just to be candid, because if we have a lot of additional asks that we're making when you had that last presentation that are not included in this budget. And in order to accommodate those additions, obviously we'll need to take something away. I hear what you're saying, Mariah, about that the allocation doesn't have to exactly match, but this actually, it goes beyond even allocations. There are only so many minutes in the school day. So even if money were no object, I still think for the best interests of our students and our educators, we want to be mindful about how much we add on without taking something away.
And this is exactly, I feel the same way that you do. How do we land this ship? How do we continue with the dialogue until we all feel comfortable with what we're moving forward? And so I share the same concerns that you do. And so for next year, we will try to engineer a process that will allow us to be able to engage in that without feeling like there's this 15th and how do we get you a budget on the 12th and then be ready to take a meaningful vote that we all feel at least we have a good understanding of how we want to be able to move forward, even if we don't come to resolution on exactly what it is. We've had those major conversations that it feels like we're hurried for right now. And we will have some of that tonight, but we can't have them all. And so tonight we were going to focus on, based on the dialogue that we had, 3 topics, and then at the next meeting do several more so that we can really, find, some satisfaction and maybe some resolution or additional questions or whatever on some of these topics that are so important to all of us. So we figured ELA got the most airtime, so we were going to focus on that first. The high school will be at the next meeting because that was the second one, but we didn't want to have 2 really huge topics with strategic plan and everything else that you have on your agenda. So that was our thinking, and we hope that you'll find that helpful. We gave you an FAQ sheet, so for each of these, we'll give you an FAQ. We can put it up on the website because it's not just you that have asked these questions. We want to make sure that that folks get information in a way that is timely as we can get it to you. So we didn't really think we were going to spend a lot of time on this, so if we can move to the ELA part of the conversation, I think maybe.
Just a moment, we do have another question from someone who hasn't spoken yet. Andy?
Yeah, thanks. So,
Sorry.
I guess leaving aside what it says in the charter or how we interpret the charter, I mean, the real crunch point for us would be when we actually have to match with our budget the number that the town is handing us. Mm-hmm. And in past years, we felt some pressure to do that already in January and February. But in fact, in February, we always vote something like, here's our budget, here's the number the town has, and we'll keep working together to make them converge. And we kind of leave it at that. So what is the actual crunch time where we have to match a number that we're being given by somebody else?
that's when you actually vote the budget to send to town meeting, and that vote we typically take around, I think, April or so. Mm-hmm. That's the real budget vote,
because that's when the actual decisions would need to be made about what cuts are
right
needed.
Prior to that, for the final. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess
this February 15th vote was because of that interpretation of this town charter aspect of it, but the budget vote that shows up on the warrant, you all take that much later in the season.
So does this February vote have any practical significance? except to fulfill a no requirement. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Can I read what the requirement is?
Yeah.
Can I just read the bylaw?
Sure, go ahead.
So it is, I'm going to read the whole thing here, and this is under the advisory committee section. Advisory committee general duties. The committee shall consider any and all municipal questions, including appropriation requests and proposed action under all articles in the warrant and town meeting. I'll leave aside the rest of that about warrant articles. The committee shall submit a budget at the annual town meeting, and it may examine the books and records of any board, committee, or officer of the town so far as permitted by law. The superintendent of schools, parentheses, in the case of school appropriations, close, and the town administrator, in the case of all other appropriations, close, shall submit their requests for appropriations to the committee by February 15th, or the next town business day if said date falls on the weekend, holiday, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess I really am confused about the interpretation that doesn't apply to the school, and this overall town council Simpson is saying that any town bylaw does not apply to the schools. If that's his interpretation, which wasn't written in his email as such, then I'm just not, like, is that the case that he's
You read his email?
Yeah, you sent it.
Yeah.
I read it.
Okay. So it's just that notion of schools being a separate.
So he's just saying town bylaws don't apply to schools unilaterally and wholeheartedly.
His interpretation is that, and there's the case law that he references there, I think with Plymouth, that the state guideline around budget submission there. So he's saying if the district had flexibility around that, and it was upheld in the district's favor, then he doesn't see this notion that the town bylaw in that regard would supersede the school committee's statutory authorities to move through the budgeting process and cycle as such.
Okay.
All right, back to you, Susan.
Okay, yes, sorry, we thought this was just going to be a quickie, and the meat of the presentation tonight was going to focus on ELA. So without further ado, Dr. Fortuna is going to just give you some brief some remarks about ELA in response to the questions that were asked. You have the main questions with a handout with responses. We'll put that up on the website. So
thank you, Dr. Givens. So I would like to give you some good news, good budgetary news about ELA. We received a quote today from a preferred vendor for a potential ELA program that came in at an amount much lower than the $904,000 that we discussed at our last meeting, including professional development. The quote that was provided is $522,682. And for the professional development portion of that, it's down from $116,000 to $58,530. Instructional supplies would be $317,187. Print materials would be $110,010. And I included shipping costs because it's kind of a huge amount at $36,955, which really impacts this. In our current ELA budget request, we have $426.17. Yes, thank you. $426,177. It would be really great if I could read numbers. So we're really excited about this. Now, this isn't saying that this is the program we're going with, but what I did for budgetary purposes is really looked for a program that's at the higher end of the middle of the road that meets all of the requirements of the science of reading, has an all green report from Ed Reports. So that would be this particular program that we priced out. Andy?
just to clarify, is this this is just 1 year? Would we be needing to spend similar amounts for the 2 succeeding years?
We'd be needing to spend probably a similar amount, maybe a little bit less. Their K2 program is a little bit more robust in some of the consumable materials to teach the phonemic awareness and the phonics. And the word mapping skills. But our rollout for next year would be K-2, and then the following year it would be 3 to 5, and then 6 through 8.
Mariah?
Thanks, Jody. So on the bottom of the slide, the 426, is that the sum of all of the things on the bullets, or is that what's actually in the budget?
That's what's actually in the budget.
Okay, but that's for K through 12?
No, that's through K through 8.
Okay, so that's the K through 8. And then what's the sum of the things on the?
The sum of the things on the slide is $522,682.
Okay, so there's like 100-ish thousand net difference? Okay. And we don't have any, there's no like, there couldn't be any other, I don't know, like savings and getting rid of some other curricula or something?
Happy
Okay.
So the professional development can actually be covered under one of our entitlement grants. So it will take the full cost of that $58,530. We could write that off to our Title IIA grant, which is a grant, entitlement grant that is dedicated to professional development. And then we can realize another approximately 19,000, I think it's 18,838, something like that, for our Title IVA grant, which we can use to purchase some of the materials. So we're really working to reduce the gap right now and what's available for us to be able to fund this at a reasonable.
That's great.
Amount.
One little follow-up on that. So of the 426 that was budgeted, how much of that was for other than K through 2? Because that's still.
So our thinking behind it and being fiscally responsible is we would actually take the whole amount for K2. We're pretty solid in what we have in grades 3 through 8 right now. And the thought of chasing a program that we know isn't good for kids and isn't working for kids by revamping things in grades 3 through 8. Any extra funds that we'd have, we'd probably focus on 6 through 8 because their rollout would be so much later. You're welcome.
Natalia?
I just wanted to understand the print material and instructional supplies, what it is, because to Andy's question, in year 2, if you're focusing on grade 3 to 5, you still would have K-2 students that would need supplies, unless I'm misunderstanding what supplies are.
Nope, you are actually bringing up a good point. This would be for a 3-year amount of supplies, so it would be replenished for 3 years. So we wouldn't have additional costs for K through 2 when we were implementing for 3 through 5.
Stephen?
Okay, thanks for the good news. So a few questions. First, one comment for anyone who is following along for last time. So the 907 figure that was mentioned last time, it's actually 427 in the budget annually. Okay, so just to clarify, what does the 427 cover currently? Are there any salaries included in the
There are no
427?
salaries included
Okay.
in that. It currently covers things like decodable texts. Right now, that's probably our biggest thing that you'll see on the warrant is we're building our libraries of decodable texts.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Does it include supplies also?
Yep, it does include some supplies that teachers would need, but that's a fairly minimal. It's not our biggest expenditure out of there.
Does it include Lexia at all?
It does not include Lexia. So as a district, we're doing some pilots with some PTOs right now that are funding Lexia. We aren't funding it currently because what we were finding were that our students weren't meeting the minimum usage requirements for Lexia to be effective. We couldn't fit it into the school day for that to happen for them.
Okay, and when do you think the ELA review recommendations will be in draft?
They'll be in draft. I'm hoping for the end of March, but to be safe, I'm saying April.
Okay, so they'll be in time for you to possibly make adjustments to the curriculum package.
Correct.
Okay, so this is great news. When I was looking at packages, Desi was quoting 1 to 1.2 million total over 3 years, and Reading, the high end that I heard was 2.2 over 3 years. So this is 1.5, 1.6 over 3 years?
Yeah, it's about 1.6 when you round up.
Okay. And this was the high point of your current research, because Reading started implementation 2 years ago. And that was PD inclusive, but that's still higher than what we were looking at. I'm not saying we need to match the highest one that I found. I'm just saying like this was like medium high for what you were finding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to make sure that whatever we're purchasing is within the recommendation area of the ELA review.
It will be, definitely.
Okay.
This program is actually the one that the Hill recommends most often.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Helen?
Thank you. Maybe you said it and I didn't hear it, but what is the shipping 36,000 or 37,000 really almost?
It's so really what this is there are multiple class sets of books, of trade books that students would be receiving. There's workbooks that they would be receiving. There would be tiles and things for phoneme manipulation and phonics instruction. So this really is a complete, robust program that would come in at a pretty significant cost for shipping.
Would these materials all be coming in at the same time?
Yes.
So are there other methods that would be cheaper than having it sent in boxes, like even renting a truck or Amazon Prime?
Well, I could fly out to Scottsdale. I'm really familiar with it and bring it back with me. I would love that. Yes, we would have a great time. Honestly, shipping is one of the things that we could work to negotiate with the company on. It's one of the areas that they're most willing to negotiate on. We just didn't do that for the purposes of this quote.
All right. Sorry, Helen, I was interrupting you. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I thought there was some good ideas there to save money. I'm wondering, so we have this budget, it's over 3 years. After that, what would continue? What parts do you think would continue for K through 2 as we go into 3 to 5? And maybe it's too soon to even think about that.
No, I would say we would be looking at the trade book libraries. We'd be looking at some workbooks for students again for 3 through 5. And then as we move to 6 through 8, those consumable materials would decrease. And so I think that would have an impact on the cost as well.
No, I don't think I was clear about my question.
Oh, sorry, Helen.
My question was, okay, in year 2, we move on to 3 through 5, but in year 1 is funded with this amount of money for 3 years. It will cover it. We will have purchased everything, done the professional development. Then in year 3 for K through 2, what is the incremental cost that we might have?
I would say probably around $317,000, and that third year, that's for the instructional supplies and the consumable materials.
Helen, do you mean the recurrent cost beyond the third year? Is that what you're asking about? It would presumably be considerably lower. Like if the 327 were the recurrent cost for our current literacy curriculum, the recurrent cost for this beyond the third year is what Helen's asking about.
Yes.
So that would just be the cost of maintaining and updating subscriptions, supplies, and libraries. There would be no additional capital costs, right, for curriculum updates.
Yeah, it'd be, I think, around that 200,000 mark if we were.
Okay.
Suzanne?
Yeah, thank you, David.
Wait, can I ask one other question?
Sure.
So, and if we compare, the ongoing cost of this to Fountas and Pinnell's, which we're not using, but I'm just curious, What is the difference?
I don't have that budget history tonight, Helen, I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks. I thought maybe you might know approximates. But thank you, that's fine.
We haven't been buying any Fountains of Pinnell things this year, or very minimal things, so the full cost, I'm not aware of.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Okay, thanks. Jody, could you talk a little bit about the trainers? Who, do we have trainers who can then train others?
We could, and one of the great things about this professional development is a lot of it is on demand and online. So as teachers want to explore something more heavily, they can do that themselves, which is really great. And then for the in-person training, we do have our literacy specialists and our literacy coaches who would become the experts in the curriculum.
Right, okay, thank you, that's what I was thinking. And so I think we were talking about consumables, is what we're wondering, and that's what?
Yeah, so for an example, for the student, I'm just looking for one of the books. For the student workbooks, the student modules, for grade 1, the cost would be $31,380. So
for all first graders?
Yeah, for all first grade students.
Each year?
At the end of 3 years. That's the cost for 3 years.
Oh, that's the cost for 3 years, okay.
So then we'd have to make a decision if we want to go yearly, 3 years, or 5 years.
Because we're starting off with a 3-year supply?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Raya?
Do you mind repeating the name of the curriculum again? I missed it.
I didn't say it.
Oh, you didn't say it? Oh, is it a secret? Okay. Okay.
Only because I didn't want to create the impression that this was the curriculum we were adopting.
I see. Okay, so I didn't miss it. All of a
No,
sudden
you
I
did
thought,
not
what is the
miss
name of this thing? Okay. Then my other question was, so this is also decodable books in addition to the workbooks. Are the books themselves, I know we've done a lot of work around culturally relevant text, and I'm just wondering if when you've reviewed those books, they meet your standards for that.
They do.
Great.
It's one of the things that I really appreciate about this company.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Suzanne?
But Jody, we don't have to throw out the other stuff. I mean,
no, we can
those
keep
are
our
good
decoded books.
Right,
Yes.
right. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, we have classroom libraries that are full of very good books. The teaching may be slightly different, the way we do it, but the materials themselves have been vetted and are good materials.
Absolutely.
So,
I think that's also an area that we should look to the results of the review too. I think that's
yes, right, I agree. The review, and I would, so will the review actually recommend a particular curriculum?
It will.
Okay.
Would be my guess.
Because I was thinking they were talking more about practices.
They're doing both.
Okay.
They're doing both. So what'll happen at the end of the review is we'll get an improvement plan where they'll go through all the data that they have. One of the recommendations I'm fairly confident in is that we will need a curriculum that's aligned to the standards and the science of reading. They will then recommend 1 or 2 curriculums to look at that meet the standards. Believe it or not, there's really not a lot out there that's fully aligned.
Oh, no, I believe that. I actually do believe that. In fact, that's part of the challenge, I think.
Absolutely.
Is that publishers are working fast and furious to catch up, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're the best or they're good.
Right.
And currently, we're using several curriculums, right? We have like Foundations or Hegarty, and
we have Foundations, we have Hegarty, we're still using some Fountas and Pinnell, we're using some Lucy Calkins still, just because we have a lack of anything to fill the space.
And so the review may suggest that we keep some of those, or that we may, we don't know what they're going to say.
Yeah, we don't know.
Okay. But this curriculum you're thinking about covers all 5 aspects of
it does.
Early literacy. Okay.
Thank you for championing this.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other questions about literacy? All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Don't know how much time we have, but the next topic or information we were going to share was information about the K-8 class size guideline. There was quite a lot of dialogue around that, and I was asked to go back and calculate out how many of the sections at the K level, if we reduce by one, would meet the guidelines, and the guidelines are for K through 2, an average class size of 22, and 3 through 8, an average class size of 25. So I went back and counted, and there's 12 sections that if we reduce by 1, and this is at this time, right, based on the enrollment information that we developed the budget around, that would be 12. So then I figured the next question you'd ask is, potentially what does that mean in terms of money? So I just simply multiplied 12 sections at an M5 level, which is $80,198. If you multiplied that out, it'd be just south of $1 million. So just to have that in that information available to you as we contemplate next steps. So we'll have the high school, which was the bigger part of the conversation, at the next meeting. That will be kind of our highlight topic to delve into, if that is agreeable to everybody.
Adalia?
Since I'm new to the committee, or relatively new, when these recommended guidelines, like what were they based on? I mean, my gut feels that 25 is high for the, I'm looking at Hayes, Roland Hayes School, that will have 3rd and 4th graders of 25 is the projected. Like, to me, that I see they're there and that's appropriate, but it feels high for that age. Like, I would imagine fine in 6th, 7th, 8th. But so I was just wanted to know the history of these guidelines, if somebody, and have they been revisited at all? Would we be open to revisiting them?
Helen?
So our contract, sorry. And I'd like us to move on because we do have architects waiting from peer school, but I will be quick. Our contract says, to the best of my recollection, that we will make every attempt to keep K through 2 classes below 22 and 3 through 8 classes below 25. So that's where they come from.
David, can I go?
It says we will make every attempt.
Mariah?
My just seeing this, it feels, I'm sure that the general sense is that to take this money and retain it. And I think it just speaks to our other discussion about guidelines and all the other things that Dr. Guillory and the principals need to think about as they're actually making these decisions. And so it's like, wow, it's $1 million and that solves all our problems. But some of these buildings, you were doing this from the calculation side, of course, and then it may be a building that actually the classrooms can't fit 25 kids in them. So I just this is not a comment to the committee, but just to anyone listening to this, that this is not necessarily just free and clear money to take it. There's a lot more that goes into this to make those decisions.
And to add to Mariah, the composition of the class, also the amount of children with special needs in the class. There's many factors that go into it, into what's appropriate for the class. I was just giving the history.
Yeah.
Can I just add to that too, to say, in the last meeting, I said something a little bit ambivalent about this, saying that there was diminishing returns to class sizes. I was wrong. I went to the literature after that meeting and to some of my coworkers who study this. There is no diminishing returns. The smaller the class size, the better the student outcome. So slashing teachers from the budget should be an absolute last resort. So I support the point you made without reservations, Mariah.
Yeah, I feel like because we were having a hypothetical conversation, when I was looking at the outliers, like 13 class size. And it's not like this exercise is helpful, but that's not really what I was saying. Like, are there any classrooms where there's like a real standard deviation or 2 standards deviation from the mean across our schools? Like, there's 12 or 13 or 14. And if there are, maybe there are reasons, but I just asking, like, are you having those conversations? And so for equity across schools, it just feels like some schools are really designing, to only have 2 classes. And I'm again looking at Roland Hayes, when I would have said maybe we should allow them to have 3 in grades 3 or 4. So I'm not. I feel like when we were talking, there was this feeling that we were all agreeing that we should get rid of teachers, but I think it's just, let's have a thoughtful conversation around guidelines. And also, if there are a few classrooms where they're far, far, far smaller, to understand if there could be some retention for moving people around, although that's not easy, in case we come to a point where another class becomes 26 or something. I don't know. That's sort of my sense. But I also agree that I want small classrooms as much as we can.
All right, anyone else? Mariah?
I just want to say that we're like massively in the budget hole right now. So while this is not appealing, like there might come a time where this is, and again, it's going to be limited by all the constraints we've talked about. Like there's so many different things that we are trying to jam into this budget that I'm grateful to you, Susan, for just, again, this is one measure that we start to, this is the kind of data that helps us start to make decisions, and I'm grateful. So thank you.
Can I just say, it doesn't require conversation. The last item was just a question that was asked about can you give us a list of what's in contracted services? So I don't know that there's any dialogue. There wasn't, the question that was posed was not that. So this is what is funded through contracted services, also known as professional and technical services in the budget document. So
Just one question on this. At some point, and I know this is adding even more work, will we see numbers attached to these different categories?
if that is what you wish, I will devote my time to that.
All right, thank you.
And the thing is, and the
Well,
other reason why I
not for all of these. I mean, some of these I'm not too worried about, but it would be helpful to know, for instance, how much do program reviews cost, how much, maybe some of the bigger ones.
Yes, so if there's certain ones, that's easier for me.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Sorry, can I say something?
Just maybe the biggest 3 or 4 categories on this list that you probably have a visceral sense of what those would be, just to have some sense of scale.
Cleaning services is the biggest one.
Okay.
But I can, yeah.
Right, just the biggest ones.
Sure.
So this is what's the account that's professional technical services in the budget.
Correct.
It's called contracted services here, but.
Yes, because when I was trying to summarize at a higher level, I called it contracted services to save space in the.
Okay,
and that's
just because it's
why-
like, I don't know, there's also like legal services and other things. Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's the equivalent of professional and technical.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just one point of clarification on this as well. In the budget, these services for OAF went up considerably and went down for OSS. Do those costs migrate from OSS to OAF, or was there a change in what they needed from their contracted services? Do you know?
There was quite a bit of shifting in the professional technical, but I can't say specifically.
I think it was something like 266K shifted from those budgets, which seemed like if
let me peek at that.
that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't want to. So anyways, that was the last of the topics for tonight, and I will follow up with additional information on the contracted services.
All right, thank you very much.
Could I just thank Susan and Jody for providing such a clearly written document to answer all these questions. Yeah, thanks. And your
Yes,
staffs.
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's very much appreciated. We understand as well. We probably don't understand, but I think we have a broad concept of how much work you're both undertaking, and Dr. Guillory and many others who aren't in the room currently. So thank you very much for all that you do.
Wait, before you go, one last question. I just want to ask one question that Carolyn asked before. Is the South Brookline bus in the budget?
It is.
It is. Okay, thank you. And thank you again.
All right, so any other comments on the budget before we move on? Okay, then why don't we move on to Pierce School Project Design Update Presentation and Design Development Budget Update. Helen?
Thank you, David. This really gives me great pleasure for us to be able to present the design development update and the budget update for Pierce School. We have with us the architects and owner's project manager online. I'll let everybody introduce themselves and sort of move from there. But I want to thank everybody for getting us to this place with the project. It's really been a great team effort for everybody working together. We did need to do some value management, very minor. If you think about the total cost of the project, they will get into that later. But since they've been waiting so long, I think we're just going to move straight into the presentation and not have me talk anymore.
Thanks.
So I don't know who's doing
Helen,
it.
I'll kick it off. I want to thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to update the school committee this evening on the status of the school construction project. My name is Jim Rogers. I'm the principal of Left Field, the owner's project manager for the project. I'm happy to say that we were also the OPM for the recently completed Driscoll School. With me from Left Field this evening is Adam Keene. I don't know if people want to wave, Lynn Stapleton, and Andy Duchesne. Our other project team member include Miller Dyer Spears, also known as MDS, as the architect of record of the project. Supporting MDS's effort is Sasaki, who is focused on the exterior elements of the building as well as the site landscaping components of the project. Will, I didn't know if maybe you wanted to introduce your team.
We can't hear you.
Oh. I'll let Margaret, do you want to go? Maybe you and Carla.
Sure. Will is one of the principals of our firm. Apparently lets all of us do the talking. And Sarah Lester is with me, the head of interior design, to go over the interior of the project. And then I have Carla Ceruzzi from Sasaki, who will go over the exterior and landscape portions of the project.
Thanks, Margaret. As part of the presentation this evening, MDS will be taking us through the design of the Pierce School at a very high level. I think hopefully the room tonight, you should also see a model of the project. So that's very exciting to see that come along.
Yes, and I'll interrupt you for a second, Jim. They can zoom in on the model that's there, and it will be kept up there for other people who are at home and would like to come in and see what we're doing. I think it's a really exciting model, and thank you to Sasaki for getting it in to us today.
Thanks.
Sorry.
And our third teammate is Consigli. They're the construction project manager, and they are currently assisting the team with pricing, schedule, logistics, as we all prep for hopefully a July construction start. So we're going to kick off the meeting tonight with some of the drier topics, budget and schedule, and then we'll hopefully to some of the more fun topics of design. With that said, I'm not sure who's driving tonight. I don't know if Betsy is or.
I got it, Jim.
Oh, you got it. Great. Thank you. So quickly, Left Field's components is going to be project budget overview, schedule overview, and then again, we'll get into the funner stuff of a design update. This is the budget slide. We're going to page 2 in a moment, which has some of the more summary facts, but committed 12% of the project thus far, expended 3% in design development progress. We're 100% through that. Had some pricing, which we're going to update the team on. Next slide, Andy. Andy, I don't know if you can blow this up at all. But there you go. So the construction contingency as part of the project is 7.7 million. The owner's contingency is 3 million. And the GMP contingency will be a third contingency will be developed once we have finalized our construction contract Consigli. Adam, do you want to hit the some of the project schedule? I don't know if Adams can hear me.
There we go. I'm going to try that one more time, guys. Sorry about that. So I'm going to pick this up. As Helen and Jim were saying, we are just completing the design development portion of the project. On 115, we got the design development estimates in, and the design development estimates came in as followed. We had 3 estimators look at the project. They ranged from 168.7 million to 168.1 million. That's a deviation between the three of $725,000. On a project of this size, that's less than 0.5%. And though 725,000 might sound like a lot of money, that's a very good place to be tracking on a project of this size. So we undertook a value management process. We worked with a committee, a subcommittee of the SBC, and we came up with a list of items and recommendations that totaled 918,000. I'd say they're generally low-hanging fruit type of savings, none of which that affect programming. And that is now we are back on budget, even a couple $100,000 less than budget. So as we follow some of these dates, the key dates to we are just about to submit or go out to the street for pricing on phase 1, which is our early release packages. And this is an important moment for us as we go out in phase 1. The early release packages is demo, abatement, and supportive excavation for the building. And we need to present this phase 1 pricing to the building commission in March to prove that we're still on schedule. And if that still on budget, I'm sorry. And if so, we will be granted approval to start construction this July. And if that is the case, we are looking at a substantial completion of the building in October of 2027.
With an opening in January of 28.
That's right.
And if you go back to the budget for one moment, I talked about contingency. I didn't talk about what the overall budget was. So our construction budget is 168 million, and our overall budget is $211,915,958. So I wanted to make sure I touched on contingency. I wanted to touch on what the budget was. So 168 million of construction and 211 million of total project costs. I'm sorry, you can't read the slide tonight.
So at this point, we're gonna hand off to the design team. We have a pretty big deck of design slides that touch on everything from exterior to interior layout, envelope details, et cetera. And given that we only have an hour to talk to you guys, perhaps if people have questions along the way, maybe that would be a good, they could put their hands up and we could answer them as we go.
Ellen, did we want to take some questions on budget and schedule before we move on to design?
Sure, if there is any.
Okay.
I can't see anybody, nor can anybody. With the slides up, we can't see if anybody has a question. So just say something if you do.
No questions from the school committee room.
Okay, then let's move on.
Thank you.
Okay, Margaret's going to share her screen, I believe. Take it away.
Just oh,
if you want to.
No, it's okay. Go
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to start off with just giving you the brief overview of the overall building and plans, and then I'm going to pass that off to Sarah to go over the interior design and Carla to go over the exterior and site. So just to remind you of where we were, the final selected scheme that was developed in schematic design was to keep the historic building and connect over with a bridge at the second floor of the historic building over to the new school, which will be built in place of the existing 1970s portion of the building. We'll be keeping the shared receiving with the library and knitting this in with the adjacent neighbors. The floor plans on the lowest level, we will be replacing the school and town hall portions of the garage with a small portion at the ground level remaining. And at the corner of Harvard Street and School Street, we will be having one of the 3 entrances to the building, which at this lowest one, we will have the multi-purpose room, stage, and a band room. So that's a sort of a public, also after-hours use of that space. On the next level up, we have the rest of the remaining sort of large public spaces. And we have an entrance at the School Street side here, to the cafeteria, art rooms, music rooms, large gym, and small gym at this level. And at this level, you're getting close to the elevation of the lowest existing level of the basement in the historic building. That is essentially going to remain, although we're going to be improving the water issues there. At the, then up one level, at the level of the Pierce Street drop-off loop will be the main entrance and the main administration area and nurse. And the lower elementary grade band, which will have pre-K over on this side in the historic building. And the kindergarten on this same end of the building that are kind of surrounding what is now the playground on top of the library garage that will be rebuilt in that area. And then also first and second grade at that. So this is at grade level of kindergarten, first, second, and pre-K. Then at the upper level will be the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, the upper elementary. On this side with their, separate administration area, and the middle school, grade 6 in the historic building connected via that bridge. So you can get all internally between the historic building and grade 7 and 8. So the middle school in this side and the upper elementary on that side. Oh, I should also mention that these are kind of all spinning around the center of the building, which is the library, media center core, and the tech lab. That's sort of central and visible from the main entrance and through to the park beyond. And also visible through to the courtyard, which will be occupiable in the nicer weather. So the interior design, pass off to Sarah.
Thank you, Margaret. So in September, to kick off the design development phase, we had a visioning workshop, which is what you're seeing photos of here, using imagery of learning spaces, materials, and elements from the existing Pierce School, paired with an introduction of an overarching concept we were considering to guide the design of the interior spaces. You can stay for 1 minute. The key takeaways from that workshop were, first and foremost, that the design of the interior in the new school building would be centered on the students. The spaces would consider the scale of the students, including the safety of the railings, and focus on prioritizing opportunities to make the students' work visible. And also, we discussed the strong appeal of the natural materials. Okay, now next slide. So the concept really builds on this terminology and concepts that were set during programming, some of which Margaret just mentioned, and during schematic design of classroom neighborhoods, of the heart of the school really being this landmark or a town square, and reflecting on the context that Pierce School lives in. We anchored our thinking in this set of urban planning design principles or organizational elements that orient and define a city. Using the elements and principles, we began to consider an approach to design of different program elements, and you can start to see here how we applied some of those terms to the main spaces. For example, in addition to the town square, which Margaret mentioned, the library and the dining space, the cafeteria below, we're considering the main stair, the Harvard Street stair, the bridge to the historic building, and the entries and artwork as landmarks that will lead people through. Edges and paths connect those elements through the building. And this idea of an oasis are these moments to pause and to host other types of activities, such as group projects or respite or access to views to the landscape or the courtyard. They really create these wonderful moments through the building. So what this boils down to is this concept is anchored with a few of these key elements or landmarks being really important to be memorable, exciting, and give identity. But the intention is that the majority of the spaces, the classrooms, will have consistency, a simple design approach that is easy to maintain, and that's activated by the teachers and by the display of the student work. Next slide. If we pull up, Margaret had a 3D view, bird's eye view similar to this at the beginning that had a little more detail. This is much more diagrammatic, but you can see those elements again beginning to lay out. So that yellow at the core of the town square, it's adjacent to the courtyard, one of the biggest oases type spaces, just to the left in green. We have the multiple entrances and at multiple levels, so clear understanding and sight lines along that is really important. And then from that main path, the neighborhoods branch off, and we begin to layer together these themes that tie into the developmental concepts for each age group and grade band. Next slide. So Margaret shared the development of the plans and the program a few moments ago. Here, what you're seeing is color coding that really is talking about those neighborhoods and the grade bands. So as Margaret pointed out, the orange is the pre-K over in historic, the kindergarten and the first and second grade corridors that live on the second floor. Pink is this loop that's the grades 3 through 5, and the purple is the 6th grade in historic, and then the longer corridor for the 7th and 8th graders. And each neighborhood's character will differ using materiality, using color and scale of openings, and some of the nooks and crannies to give a sense of place and connect to the students. Next slide. The material palettes we're going to be continuing to develop in this next phase in much more specificity, but we wanted to share some of the evolution of the images from the workshop and the concepts and how we're starting to build an approach to color. Here you're seeing this base of neutrals and natural materials that will really hold the palettes together. Next slide. We're looking at the integration of greens, both in reference to the landscape and to the concept of an oasis, but also reflecting the Pierce School color. And then the last piece of this concept, if you go to the next slide, Margaret, is where are there opportunities to bring in accents or brighter elements to animate some of the key moments, especially in some of these neighborhoods. Our next series of slides are a number of views looking into some of the spaces we just were mentioning. They give you a sense of the volume, the views between and into the landmarks, and the initial application of these natural materials and colors. So here we are, we're on the 2nd level looking into the main stair. It's central to the building. It connects levels 1 through 3. If you go down these stairs, you're right at the cafeteria. And if you go up, you're right outside the Fab Lab. And you can sort of see into the glass of the Fab Lab there in the corridor and into the library. Yeah, thank you, Margaret. And over to the right, you see into the tech lab. And just further off the page to the right would be the entrance into the main office, and then also the main entry off of Pierce Street. This softened geometry at the center of the building brings together and resolves the angled geometries of the building overall, and the natural materials and the light we feel will really welcome students and visitors in. One other thing in this image to look at, you see there's sort of the reference to a printed graphic on the glass. On the left, we're finding moments to, again, bring in artwork, bring in local references. This is showing a map of Brookline that could be printed. It's anchoring the school in the context and offering, a moment of learning and visual interest. From there, next slide, we're going to look at a little more detail of the library, the 2nd floor and that piece of the town square. So on the left, you have the 2nd floor where you see the library and the tech lab just across the hall from it, and the balcony that opens out off that corridor and also from the library itself. And the plan on the right is the third floor, so stacked directly above it. So you see the Fab Lab there. We work closely with the school leaders and the working group to create space for both the beloved collection, a mix of seating, space for teaching and story time, and moments of discovery and quirkiness. And then you can see there's also entries off the main corridor on the left side of the library and then off the kindergarten. So it's really this connecting space at the heart of the building. Next slide gives us a view in there. It's capturing some of the key design elements, the warmth at the perimeter below the lower ceiling height, the natural light and the double height space, the view up to the Fab Lab. And also we have found this to be an opportunity for custom graphic artwork. What you're seeing here is just a placeholder, but what we're intending is that this is a digitally printed graphic that will be developed with the students in the school and perhaps the local artists to bring focus and attention on the students and also on a love of reading. Okay, the next few views are going to take us around to the Harvard Street side of the building. First, we are coming into the entry. And so we have some of the elements of the character of the main stair. You see the same wood, some of the softened geometries, and you can look into the multi-purpose room on your right. Along the left edge, you're going up the ramp that leads you to the band room, also the connection to the garage and an elevator that takes you up to the first floor. And then just kind of under the label of this slide in the upper left-hand corner, you're seeing a little bit of a peek into the entry of the large gym. And along that corridor, you go back to the cafeteria and the music rooms. Next slide. Here we are now in the multi-purpose room. We have a quiet palette that really lets the performance and the activity of the space be the focus. We have a flat floor configuration, but behind the viewer, there is retractable bleachers to help maximize the seating in addition to the chairs you see here, which are intended to be stackable. Lots of natural light you see pouring in, but we will have window shades as well as acoustical materials to support a range of uses. Next slide. Here we are up in the large gym. It's designed to be a bright space that meets the functional needs, and its proximity to the Harvard Street entry, as Margaret mentioned, supports the broader use by the community. Okay, we're going to move into the classroom. So this is an example of one of the classrooms, really to give you a sense of what we mentioned earlier, a consistent, simple design that is cost-effective and easy to maintain and activated really by the teachers and the display of work. In this view, you're standing with your back up to the window wall, kind of looking back to the door to the corridor. You can see there's some glass up high. We call that clear story glass, and that's allowing natural light to spill out from the classroom at the edge of the building into the corridors to kind of bring light along that whole length. Each room will have primary and secondary teaching walls, 2 sinks at the MSBA, per the MSBA, and tackleable surfaces on as many walls as possible. Storage and millwork and casework is really as identified for each grade's needs and based on the meetings we've been holding with teachers in the school. Okay, and then last, before we switch over to the exterior and landscape, we've included a few views of our progress in developing these grade band neighborhoods. We'll be finalizing the use of color materials in this phase that we've just started, as the left field team was mentioning. But you can see some of the connections into the classrooms. This is the entry into the kindergarten space. Some of the changes into the scale and the definition of these entry points into each neighborhood. So here we are through this portal, you're going into the kindergarten classroom corridor. You can start to see some of the glass into those classrooms. And actually to the right, this is the entry into the library. Next slide. Here we are looking at the corridor for the first and second graders. And this is one of the oases moments, one of the project spaces that's near the entry. And further down the corridor, where you see that little bit of light for the window, that's another project space that will have some greens and natural materials and also be considered an oasis moment. So those were both on the second floor. Now we're moving up to the third floor. Entry into the third, fourth, and fifth corridor, another project space and a form. It's kind of softer than what you saw down on the first floor, which had a little bit more of a comforting residential form or roof form. Here we go a little bit softer and more organic. Same thing at the end of the corridor. You can see the oasis moment. And then we go to the 7th and 8th on the next slide. Now here it's around the bend. I don't know if you remember from the plan, but the plan kind of arcs and angles back out towards School Street. So around this bend is where the project space is. But you also start to see the scale of the entries to the classroom has raised up. We have lockers here instead of cubbies, and musical instrument storage and glass above the door to kind of also emphasize that scale change for the older students. The next two slides are from the historic building. We have been mindful of making these spaces also feel continuous with the new building, with the addition. Extending the tackable surfaces through the space. This is the pre-K corridor. A little bit of playfulness with some of the geometry in that tack space. Carving out little areas within the thickened walls, existing walls at some of the entry points for project spaces on the upper level, or small benches for putting on shoes or moments for artwork, as you'll see on the next slide, which is the 6th grade corridor. So again, some of that musical instrument storage and the lockers like we were seeing in the 7th and 8th grade corridor. Thank you.
I think Carla's opening up her screen.
Maybe we'll ask for questions before we go on to the exterior. Are there any questions, David, from school committee members?
Yeah, Helen, it's Suzanne. I just want to say I really appreciate the natural materials and all the light. Old Pierce is concrete and dark, so my children went through that. It didn't hurt them, but I am delighted to see so much natural light and natural materials and wood. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Anybody else?
I have a question. This is Natalia. Thank you. It looks beautiful. I have a question about acoustics in the library, the double level. Like, how does that, and in general, acoustics is one question. The other one is around, I heard sort of that consistency in the classrooms, but also scale in kind of when you were talking about moving from, so I was wondering, are the classrooms different sizes by grade level, or are they all the same? Just curiosity. Thanks.
The kindergarten classrooms and pre-K classrooms are around 1,100 square feet, including a single user toilet that gets provided for each one of those rooms. The grades 1 through 6 grade classrooms are minimum 900 square feet. That might be slightly smaller at 6th grade because it's in the existing building, but all the new spaces are at least 900 square feet. And for the grades 7 and 8, they are a minimum of 8, they're over 850 square feet. So there is some variation based on the program size per the MSBA requirement.
Regarding the acoustics, we are working closely with our acoustical consultant who reviews each space and provides recommendations and technical calculations. The library itself has acoustical absorptive material on all of the ceiling planes. It will be one of the spaces that does have carpeting in the building. A majority of the spaces have hard flooring for durability and cleanability and maintenance, but the library will have something that is softer underfoot. And initially, I think sort of at the beginning of DD, we had more openness to the corridors in the library. And about halfway through, both entrances now have doors on them that can be closed to eliminate any distraction or addition of noise from those corridors as students are moving through them.
The other thing too, remind me the name of it, we have a system where an audio system. Help me, somebody, Margaret, that Karen King's going to buy.
Voice lift. Voice lift. And so there's a voice lift system in all the classrooms that will amplify the teacher's presentation. I think that's what you were thinking of.
Right, yes,
Helen.
exactly. For any child who might have a hearing difficulties or adult. It's a great system. We're doing it now, and Driscoll has it, and we're doing it here as part of now what our requirements are for every classroom.
That's right.
And all the classrooms are designed to control the amount of noise that comes from the mechanical system. This is also a requirement of the MSBA, and our acoustical engineers review the mechanical drawings to make sure that all the background noise levels are very low.
So Natalie, I'm not sure if that was the question you were asking.
Yes,
Or
yes,
you may have-
thank you.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Good. Okay, any other questions? Why don't we go to the exterior?
All right, I'm going to share my screen. Can everybody see my screen and hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right, thank you. So my name is Carla Ceruzzi. I'm an architect at Sasaki, and we're really pleased to be here with you tonight, working on this project with MDS, and we are also the landscape architects and civil engineers. So as Margaret already mentioned, so I won't dwell on this, but the new building replaces the 1970s building, and it has these three entrances, one at the Pierce drop-off, one on School Street, and then more sort of after-hours entrance off of Harvard Street. The two main entrances bring students and parents into the sort of narrowest part of the building, which is really the heart that Sarah described of the cafeteria and the library and the Fab Lab. So we're going to kind of, as we take our tour around the exterior, I'll explain how we're demarcating those three entrances and designing exterior space to work with the architecture. I can see people are looking at the model in the room, which is great. I will just mention that some of the site topography is slightly out of date. So happy to take any questions about that, but I'll start our tour. So a quick, to orient us, here's the site plan. So just the Harvard and School Street intersection is pretty much due north at the top of the page. And at the bottom of the page, you can see the public library in white. So we'll work our way around this plan, starting with the School Street entry plaza opposite the Pierce Playground. This is one of the two main entrances that will be used a lot for drop-off as well as dismissal. And our objectives for this space were to create an informal gathering space where parents could wait at dismissal, where students could gather. It's also a spillover space for the cafeteria. And then at sidewalk level, to really receive the connection to the Pierce Playground, which is an at-grade crosswalk that you can see here, and to provide a place to sort of congregate before moving on to the entrance, and to provide bike and scooter parking. So it's a little bit easier to understand in this 3D view. The main entrance is a bit elevated above the sidewalk. Using the principles of universal design, we're really creating the main approach from the crosswalk. This is how a lot of students who are coming from the north or from the Pierce Playground will approach the school, and they'll go right up the ramp straight to the door. And the primary sort of occupied space here is that upper level plaza shown in teal. That's where we can kind of spill out from the cafeteria. There's also this lower level open space that provides some receiving for the crosswalk. A lot of our discussions about the connection to the Pierce Playground have really centered around replacing the small inaccessible pedestrian bridge with a really safe at-grade crosswalk, kind of acknowledging the reality that many people do cross at grade and making that as safe as possible. So here's a view of what that will look like. And again, the ramp is the primary way to get to the front door. There is a shortcut stair over here, but most people coming from this direction will be coming from across the street. So this is what you'll see. Architecturally, as you probably know, the building is primarily brick with some metal. some zinc, and we are using this slate shingle material very strategically around the three main entrances. That's also where we have the building signage to kind of signal this is an important moment for the school. This is the name of the school, and we're close to a door. So this is what your view will be coming across School Street, and in the distance at the top of the ramp, you can see the glassy cafeteria and library facade. Here's what that looks like as you start to make your way up the ramp. So the part of this courtyard that traverses most of the grade change isn't really meant to be occupied. It's more of a planted area. It gives us an opportunity to surround the plazas with plantings, have year-round interest, and do some stormwater management that I'll talk about at the end. This is what it looks like from the top of that ramp, looking back from the cafeteria back across to School Street. So moving along to the west now, we are, as Margaret mentioned, we're retaining the existing service access to the library that also serves the school. And one of our goals all along in this project has really been to create a better connection from School Street to the Pierce drop-off area. Most of you know today, to make that connection, it is possible, but you have to walk underneath the 1970s building in a pretty uninviting and completely inaccessible and dark sort of pass through. So what we're doing instead is we are squeezing in what we're calling the green ramp, which is a little sliver of landscape that allows us to traverse the grade change. It's also a good buffer to that service drive, so that the classrooms on this wing look out onto a planted area and not onto the service access. Again, universal design principles, the main way up for anyone with a wheeled vehicle, a stroller, a wheelchair, that is the primary way. There is a shortcut stair at this switchback, and you'll be making your way through a heavily planted landscape. This isn't really a landscape that's meant for people to walk on because this is a ramp, so it will have handrails. But lots of plantings, different types of plants, different heights that will be, again, provide a lot of texture and interest here. So this is what that will look like. And as we make our way to the top of the green ramp, now we're at the site of the current playground, which is also the proposed site of the playground, although what we're proposing here is quite a bit bigger than what's there today. So the playground, this playground on our site is really serving kids ages 3 to 7. And we have worked with the design review committee and with the school to understand what that playground needs to provide. And some of those priorities were serving that full age range, so things for the littlest kids to enjoy, but then a few challenge elements for the 6 and 7-year-olds, having a variety of different activities and having nature-based play and the feeling of being surrounded by plantings, which will be very different from the state of things today. So we've kind of worked through that. It's pretty much almost in the exact location that it's in today's, kind of tucked behind the historic building. And here's a kind of a 3D sketch of what that will look like with the different areas for different types of play, different abilities and different levels, all surrounded by plantings, some of which are in raised beds and others are sort of on the ground. And this has all been very carefully coordinated with the structural requirements of the garage that we will be partially preserving and partially replacing underneath all of this. Just a few images of what those types of structures will look like. Moving now underneath the bridge between the historic and the 1970s building, we come to the Pierce entry and the amphitheater. So I'll talk about the entry first. So this main entrance to the building, as Sarah described, this is where you'll come into the main office and into the heart of the school, looking into the Fab Lab and the library. Excuse me. So when you get dropped off today at the Pierce entry, you go down into the school. We've chosen to have this entrance at the second floor, so you go slightly up, so that again, you're not sort of going into a dark place, but that you're really approaching a welcoming and intuitive entrance. And so we've carefully graded that to create a sloped walk from the curb to the main door, and worked in a plaza in teal here. This again is the place for parents and caregivers to wait at dismissal time and to have that kind of informal community building and interaction kind of around pickup and drop off. And, kind of the same story on this entrance, distinctive, universal and intuitive wayfinding. And again, we are using the slate material and the school signage as a way to kind of signal that this is a special moment. We've also got a lot of glass at grade here to look into some of the activities inside, including some gallery space and then that heart of school space right here. So if you look a little bit to the, if you look to the left, you'll pass under the bridge and onto the green ramp. Looking to the right, this is the replacement amphitheater, which again is accessible from above. It's also accessible from inside the school. So it sort of sinks back down to the first floor level. And we've done some solar studies to make sure that this will be a bright space. So once again, universal access is very important here. The steeply sloped areas will be places where we'll put more heavier plantings. So that's kind of depicted in this 3D view. We've also found place for the school garden, the raised beds and the in-ground beds that are so important. This is a space that can seat 80 to 100 students, and there's a flat place at the bottom that can be a program space, it can be a teaching space, or it can be project space. So this is the amphitheater, the new amphitheater proposed. That's what that will look like. So again, up here is the main entrance, historic building over here, and then the new building right here. Finally, we make our way back around to the corner of Harvard and School Street. The Harvard Street streetscape is where the garage entry will be, and it's also where that third entrance will be, that will be used throughout the day, but probably more at dismissal and for events that may be taking place after hours in the multipurpose room or in the gym, so community events. So in some ways, this is our most urban face of the project. And again, we're using the slate material and the building signage to demarcate that entry. The space that you see here on the corner with these very large glazed areas, this is the multipurpose room. So if there are after hours events, you'll see some activity there, you'll see the lights on. And we've also, up above, the bulk of our classrooms are upstairs on the second and third floors here. So we've really worked with the building committee and with the planning board to modulate the scale and the materiality to kind of respond to the neighborhood context here. Last but not least, I'll just quickly mention that we have an internal courtyard at the second floor. This is connected to the tech lab, so that's a maker space. And so it's imagined as a place where activity can spill out. Kids can be painting or building things in this space. It's only accessible from inside the school. It will also have some plantings in raised planters so that the classrooms that look out onto the space will get a glimpse of green. And but a good amount of the area is devoted to a relatively open space that can be used for all kinds of educational uses. And then just 2 slides quickly on some of our green infrastructure. We are working hard to really manage stormwater on this site. It's a steeply sloped site, so that's it's a complex undertaking, but we're doing that by minimizing our impervious area, reducing runoff, slowing runoff, infiltrating wherever possible. And whenever we can, we're trying to show off what we're doing so that kids can really understand what they're looking at in these landscapes. And so just quickly, we're using some of these sloped areas, which are heavily planted, as a way to kind of slow and infiltrate runoff. The School Street Plaza, the green ramp, and the drop-off and amphitheater, all 3 of those spaces have pretty substantial infiltration elements worked into their design. And we hope to make some of those elements visible through the detailing, whether it's through signage or whether it's through some of the visible details that sort of show you how water is making its way through the landscape. And that's all I've got for that slideshow. So I can, let's see, stop sharing and take any questions.
Before we do that, I think the one thing that wasn't mentioned is the geothermal.
Yes, the geothermal is across the street in the Pierce Playground.
And that will
won't
be
see it when it's done, but it will be there.
I think that's a really important feature of this, and one of the things that we're working on right now, and attempting to get Article 97, if there are those issues, taken care of. So it's exciting that the geothermal will be in our second school.
Yeah, that's a really exciting.
And photovoltaics on the roof. At this point, they are an add alternate into we will definitely have all the infrastructure for it. The actual panels, it will be an add alternate into the cost estimates. Now we can ask questions.
Helen, it's Suzanne. Could you go over the service area again? I know where the road is, or whatever we call that, but how does that connect to the school?
Underneath.
It's underneath. I didn't understand. Okay.
Yeah, I'll go back to it. Is everyone seeing my screen again? So so this is the service drive, which is pretty much where it is today. So back in here, which you can barely see in this view, this white wall is sort of the exposed face of the garage, and also includes an underground connection to the school, essentially. So that's at the first floor.
So that connects to the cafeteria and all that?
Yeah. Yep. So the dumpsters and all of that, and the connection for loading for the cafeteria is all happening in this space.
Are they looking from that playground? Are they looking down into that?
We've had a lot of discussions about that.
Okay.
Yes, but we are really shielding it with as much as we can with plantings, and we have a pretty substantial fence. I'm sorry, I'm going in the wrong direction here. Not sure why I'm doing that. Yeah, so we've got it's hard to see here, I know, but this is a tall fence. And then we've got these sort of planter boxes and planted areas. So, yes, a kid could walk through the plantings and up to the fence and look down onto the dumpster, but it's not really in their direct line of sight most of the time.
The other piece is the playground will be fenced all around with gates to be able to walk through. But we felt that it was important to help to keep kids within this space, to have those gates, especially for the little kids.
And that looks like there's stairs kind of in the center down at the, right there.
This is actually part of the library. So this is on the other side of the fence, but it's connecting to kind of a sunken areaway. Essentially, that's part of the library. It's
Okay.
really part of our,
Okay. And could you just show us again the crosswalk across School Street?
Yes.
And what that vision
So
is?
one thing that wasn't talked about is School Street, according to the Transportation Board and the studies that we did, will now be 2 lanes with bicycle lanes on both sides, correct?
Yes.
Somebody from the team?
So yes,
That's correct.
So yes, so it'll be. I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm going backwards instead of forwards.
I think the one you had before. Yeah. Well,
There you go.
So yes, so the right of way is narrower here than it is today because the bike lanes have sort of narrowed, and the redesign of the entire right of way has narrowed the distance that the students and pedestrians need to traverse. And then it's an elevated crosswalk, and it's got a signal.
With 2 bumps, a bump before and a bump after.
Right. So it's like a table
them down.
crosswalk. Yeah.
So and Helen, are they going to have one of those flashing yellow lights? You hit the button and it flashes?
Yeah, it's some sort of, I don't remember exactly. Margaret, do you remember what we're putting in? Or
I think they were
Carla?
finalizing their study about whether it would be a true traffic light or not.
Yeah,
Okay.
we actually meet with the traffic department again tomorrow, and we're going to talk about traffic signalization that includes crosswalk flashers. The town has a standard like we did at Driscoll. There's also speed awareness signs, and some of that will be confirming the limits of that scope with traffic department tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? I can't see people, so just speak up.
Go ahead, Maria.
I have a question about the plantings. It might be too soon to know, but we have a lot of problems with rodents in the village. And I'm just wondering if the plantings are going to be like, if you're going to avoid plantings that hide rodents or that house rodents, because they're like, whenever we have these grasses around and like stuff, it seems petty, but it's gross to have the rodent.
No, Jamie has been voicing your concern.
Okay,
throughout.
so yeah, I'd love to know that we're doing stuff that's not going to encourage burrows and house burrows. Is there some answer on that one?
Well, I can't say that rodents will never inhabit this site. I can take that back to the landscape team. I will say it, it's a little bit of a push and pull between sort of the desire to have a more natural landscape, particularly on steep slopes that really aren't conducive to mowing, and the desire to have, sort of lawn. We essentially don't really have very many flat areas where that would actually work very well. So we're kind of weighing that, but let me take that concern back to the team. I think they're already aware of it, but we can kind of get you a better answer as a follow-up.
I did hear Jamie say that they very deliberately don't plant vegetables or edible things, right? And they try to, and if they do, that's more in raised gardens. They're less susceptible to the rodents.
I guess I'm not worried about the raised beds so much as what I see in all of the playgrounds around, which is these, like, there's this trend towards, and I get it, like the native plantings and the sort of wildflower fields and all of that, which is wonderful, but it just creates this wonderful home for them. So
I do know that you had suggested mint, and I know rabbits don't like mint. They don't eat it. So maybe we can find items that they don't eat, and then they won't come as much.
And we've found some mint on site, Helen, right?
Yep.
They've got, right? There's existing mint planted on site. Maybe they were already using that strategy.
Maybe. But I do think that, it's a good point. And I know that the contractor will be using rodent management during the construction, which will really make things pop, I imagine. So there'll have to be a very intense rodent management process during demolition for sure.
It'll be a requirement of our permit.
Understand. Yeah, I'll go back to it. I'm sorry. Somebody said something about rodent management.
I'll just say that rodent management control, it will be part of our permitting. It's a requirement that we have it during construction, and we have a maintenance plan, it'll outline how many traps, how many times they get picked up. We track that data on how much is picked up, if it's wanted. And then the school will always have their own rodent management contract. They have to have that as part of like Board of Health and their ability to serve food. But despite all of that, there can still be issues.
And for those people looking on at home, what you're seeing in the middle, the model there is the side of the school from School Street, looking at the entrance from School Street, and in the background a bit, the historic building with the 3 chimneys. Town Hall is the big structure, and the libraries to the right of that, just so that people get a sense. But please go in and see it. We're going to be keeping the model there at Town Hall for people to see. Are there any other questions?
I just have a quick question on the trees. The pictures look beautiful with all these big trees. Is that realistic? And I ask from a shade and heat kind of expectation of like, what is it going to feel like, and how are we going to deal with sort of heat days and things like that coming?
Yeah, I think a lot of our cost conversations around the trees sort of had to do with quantity versus caliper size. And so what we're striving for is to sort of, get some relatively good sized trees in on day one, so that we don't have to wait 20 years for it to look the way it does in the renderings. And I'm not going to comment too much on the species because that isn't my field of expertise, but yeah, we're looking at kind of trees that are well suited to this type of environment, but different species in different planting conditions. So our intent is that the trees are not just decorative, but that they do provide shade in the playground areas and all of those outdoor gathering spaces that we looked at.
And Natalia, just so you know, a big portion of the exterior space is on the garage, so you can't have very large trees on those spaces.
Right. So that's a good point, Helen. Like the shape of the playground that I showed looks sort of freeform, but it's actually calibrated so that we can grab some space that's not overstructured to plant some trees kind of around the edges and then have the flatter stuff on top of structure.
Okay, well,
Helen, I have one more question, actually, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I had to step out for a minute, so maybe I missed it, but on one of the earlier slides, there was a schedule that had value of value engineering on it, but I don't see that, at least in the presentation in our packet. Was the discussion? No, the one that we have doesn't have the value of value engineering slide in it. At least I just flipped through it multiple times. I don't see it in there.
Are you talking about the itemized pieces, or are you talking about the total?
Well, my question is, what was valued out of, we already value engineered once. Is value of value engineering the second round, and what was cut this time? Was that discussed and I should watch the tape, or was it not discussed?
No,
I think it was brought up very quickly in terms of the amount of the value engineering that was taken to get back to budget. I'll let Adam talk a little more specifically. I think it was about 900,000, and you're correct. We did not provide that list here tonight.
But you should know that was discussed in depth at the school building committee meeting last week. And we did have the actual slides of what was put forward and which ones we took. So
is it possible to get that shared with us by email or with me? Sure. I mean, maybe other people are interested.
It's been recorded, and it's also in the minutes and presentations. So it should be online actually now in the Pierce School Building Committee.
If I remember right, the only individual items that even got much discussion at the building committee were some sinks in the art rooms. So like the art rooms, I think currently have like a trough. Each one has a trough sink for 3 people and plus an accessible sink. And there were even additional sinks beyond that that were taken out. And aside from that, I don't recall any items coming up for discussion.
So sinks cost 900,000?
No. That was a relatively small item. I'm saying that all the others were pretty much uncontroversial.
Mariah, we'll provide you with everything.
Okay.
Thanks. And actually, the list was accepted with the possible exception of those art room sinks pending confirmation from the school. And I'm still waiting for that confirmation. But
in the meantime, Helen's request, we'll get this the entire school committee the list of value engineering items.
Yeah, if the right way to do it, I'll send this to Betsy, and Betsy will forward it to all of you at least in the morning.
Thanks. Can I just ask a follow-up question to Natalia's questions? Could you say a little bit more about the plans to keep the building cool with the increasing number of extreme heat days? Is the main and the plans to keep the building as airy as possible? Are the main plans to shade the windows as much as possible with trees and other plantings? Or can you say a little bit about the materials to keep the building cool? Or are you using units to keep to cool the rooms? Or are there any additional plans?
Yeah, so the building, I mean, I'll let the MDS team talk about this too, of course, but I think that on the envelope side, we're designing a very robust building envelope to the new energy codes, which you may have heard are pretty stringent in terms of, insulating value, air infiltration, et cetera. So that enables the mechanical systems like the air conditioning to really, and the ventilation to do its work. And we're carefully balancing heating and cooling loads. We do have some shading on glass. We also have triple glazing, and then we do have the trees, but we're really not, I would say, not relying on the trees to do that work for us. So I don't know if you want to add to that, Margaret or Will.
Well, the engineers have designed the systems to accommodate the expected temperatures, not the most extreme temperatures. I mean, it will not be kept cooled to full cooling on a 100-degree day. But it has been designed to the extent allowed by energy code to meet the change in temperatures that has been happening, but also to be sustainable and to acknowledge that we can't up these systems so much and then take more from the environment in order to do so. So there's a balance there that we're striking.
That's well said, Margaret. Energy code does not allow you to look into the future and say, hey, 100 days will be the norm, and therefore we're going to have a size system accordingly. That would be it. Building code, energy code does not allow for that, but it is a high performing envelope, as Carla was saying, and it is
I'm sorry. Can you just explain that further? What do you mean the building codes don't allow you to look into the future and to project high heat days? I misunderstood.
There's a range of there's a chart that they go by that they're allowed by energy code to
design days
around.
Yeah, design days based on what the climate is currently.
But they've taken the high end of the range that they are allowed.
Yeah, and it's a geothermal supplemented conditioned air system. It is just like the one at it is very, very similar to the one at the Driscoll School, which is right down to the same mechanical engineers.
And the heating.
Forgive me, I'm sorry, I'm still confused. The design code, hold on, Helen. Hold on. The design code is based on the current set of temperatures, is what you just said. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if the temperatures rise, can the current building's cooling system adapt to those rising temperatures? Or would that require a change to the building's cooling system?
Well, I'm not a mechanical engineer. I'm going to say that, right? And we don't have one on the call tonight, but the system could be supplemented, meaning additional wells or additional pieces of mechanical equipment if that became a problem.
Thank you.
Helen, there was something you were going to add?
Well, I was just going to add that the system itself, without the geothermal, is the same system that we have at Ridley, which seemed to do very well in those warmer days. So I think we need to keep that in mind too. And the fact that this is geothermal, I think, starts the temperature off even lower, or there's something. I better be quiet because I'll get myself in trouble. I don't know enough to explain it. But if we want to have a discussion of the mechanical systems, I think we could have somebody come to talk to the school committee. I'm not sure that everybody would be interested in that.
I think that's something that we could come back and do perhaps as part of our sustainability.
Maybe at some future point. Yeah.
And that would give us a chance to make sure we're explaining everything clearly.
But just to say, we've had these discussions and that exact question has come up and it's been debated and discussed. And we came out of that feeling like there was enough flexibility in the system that we had to for the conditions that we can predict in the future to the degree that we can, and that's an appropriate response in terms of trying to make the building energy efficient at the same time, and just be good stewards to the environment.
Thanks. That helps me understand.
Yeah, and a big part of that too is making the building envelope tight and not take in too much heat gain from the sun and not lose too much heat in the winter, so that you're not relying solely on the mechanical system to sort of, it's not just all about making a bigger system, it's also making a tighter envelope. And so we're certainly doing that, and that will remain in the future.
I'll just add one of the really nice features of this system is that it delivers air at the floor level at very low velocity. And what that allows it to do is that the air actually rises as it gets heated with the occupants in the room, and it's exhausted up high. And one of the advantages of that is first of all, the hotter air is going to the top, but it's removing the pollutants from the room at the same time. So you're getting a better quality air in the building, which is really important. We're trying to create the best learning environments possible. So that's pretty state of the art, and I think that's a huge asset for the school.
Can I just jump in, Helen? And, I just want to be on the record on this as a health person. The literature does show that, heating in schools is not good for learning. It's not good for kids. I understand what we've heard, but, if we can keep that front and center, that even the climate advocates, because I've heard it twice, the stewards to the environment, even the climate advocates are saying, air conditioning is an important adaptation mechanism, especially for children. Kids spend so long in schools, and public schools especially are a place where equity and inequities, like kids who have air conditioning at home will only have a few hours of overheating, but kids who don't. So, just keep in mind that climate and heat is really both a learning and a health issue. And so I appreciate that the conversation has happened, but I think even the climate advocates would say that, we don't need to be stingy on our schools to protect the environment. So that's my big picture, but I'm hopeful that it's been thought about. But, I think we need to be ready that the climate might get to a point where, especially the little ones, the under fives or the pre-Ks and the Ks, we need to be especially concerned about. And, so just putting it on the record that I am deeply concerned about how we're building the school in terms of climate control. Thanks.
Okay. So I think just so people understand the process, the school building committee voted the value management. The design team will be submitting to the MSBA on the 5th. Help me, guys.
Yep.
And so you'll be submitting the design development plus the budget. And they then will have time to review, et cetera. And the process now, we're awaiting the bids for the demolition and are very hopeful that those will come in on budget or under budget, hopefully, and that we can go ahead and start the process this summer with kids moving into the Newbury, the 6th through 8th moving into Newbury, up on Fisher Hill, and the K through 5 moving over to the old Lincoln. Okay. Anything else? Did we miss anything? I think we got it.
Nicely
All
done.
right.
David.
Thank you very much, Helen, and thank you very much to the entire team from Left Field who came on today to present this update. It was very thorough, very helpful. Thank
Not
you.
just
And
Left Field, but MDS and
yes, my excuse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All right,
folks.
so we will now move on to our next agenda item, which is presentation and possible vote on Brookline High School course catalog changes for 2024-2025.
Hi, folks. So Gabe McCormick, Senior Director of Teaching and Learning. I'm here to talk through these. I'm representing the departments because the relevant department chairs at the high school had conflicts and are unable to attend. I just want to get kind of a check-in because these were presented at Curriculum Subcommittee. Would you like an overview? Do we want to jump straight into questions? I'm happy to do either.
I'll defer to you, Suzanne. What do you recommend?
Well, it was a fairly lengthy conversation on the Spanish speaker pathway, but I don't know what questions people have. Could you just do a quick overview, Gabe, and then we'll see where the questions go? And
Absolutely. So I have a couple slides that I can share that mostly just have the course description, but I can kind of present at a high level while I do that. So let me get that up. So are folks able to see that appropriately?
Can see it, yes.
Great. So we do have two courses. Or technically it's three courses, but it's sort of in two parts. And so the first is what we're calling this BHS Heritage Spanish Speaker Pathway, which is really two courses for Heritage Spanish 1 and Heritage Spanish 2. And when we're referring to heritage speakers of any language, but in this case, Spanish, we're referring to students who grow up speaking Spanish, usually in the home or maybe in a country of origin that's not the US, although they could be born in the US as well, and have sort of informal Spanish language proficiency. And most of the time, these students have higher proficiency in areas of speaking and listening, right? Because they're maybe using conversational Spanish, again, at home or in various parts of their lives outside of school. But they tend to have lower proficiency in areas like reading and writing, which we do more formal education for, right? So a comparison that we made at Curriculum Subcommittee is, imagine me as a native English speaker never taking an English class. I would learn a whole bunch of English, but I wouldn't have formal academic English. And so the intent of these two classes would be to really provide an option for students to study their, one of their native languages. Often these students are bilingual or kind of approaching full bilingual status, but to really support students in their home language in a way that our current Spanish classes that are designed for people who are not native speakers of Spanish really don't meet their needs. And so the team, kind of in collaboration with the English department, are proposing two classes. They are fairly similar. I won't read this full course description, but I think the best sort of shortcut into it is really do think of what happens in an English class. So reading text, discussion of text, writing, public speaking, things like that, occurring in Spanish for folks with, again, high levels of proficiency, but in an informal context. The team has put together sort of a high level plan of topics and some potential readings. Again, the course would need to be fully designed, but they've done some thinking of it. And I think one of the key things is that actually all of the courses we're going to talk about tonight are funded with support of the Innovation Fund. And so what they are proposing for 3 years would be a model with 2 teachers. And so for the year 1 class, it would be a Spanish teacher and an English teacher who is fluent in Spanish or has a high level of proficiency. He may not be fully fluent, to really make sure that the Spanish teachers are teaching in a way that the English department would support, because again, it's a similar skill set for students. And then in the second course would be 2 teachers who typically teach our higher level courses in Spanish. So like Spanish 4 or 5 or AP Spanish, really with the intent of kind of supporting these students who have, again, high levels of informal proficiency to access our highest level courses, right? So they see this as a pathway for students who haven't had a ton of opportunity to get into like AP Spanish, an alternate way to get in, and it would cover their world language requirement, which is 2 years currently at Brookline High. The intent is that when innovation funding goes away, we would drop the 2-teacher model, and this would be fully funded out of the world language department. And we expect that because students have a graduation requirement for world language, this would not require any additional funding. It would draw students from other courses. And then I can kind of flip just quick, I'm sorry. So the year 2 course really does build on the first. So the first is in a lot of ways sort of a classic literature type English course. And then the year 2 course really builds more, it's almost like a social studies blend into it, kind of examining issues of politics and current events throughout the Spanish speaking world, but specifically Latin America. So I think I'll pause there for this one.
All right, so I have a question regarding the co-teaching model. So that's very helpful to understand that the Innovation Fund, once that is no longer supporting the 2-teacher model, the goal would be to go to 1 teacher. I have some concerns about that. But would you be amenable to changing the course description then a little bit to take out the part that explicitly calls for a co-teaching model. So I just worry that if we create the expectation at the outset that this is always going to be a two-teacher course, and that's what will happen even when funding expires. So specifically in the WL 4700, 4730, it could be as simple as around the middle of that paragraph, just removing with the expertise of a Spanish-speaking English teacher and a Spanish teacher, just start the sentence at heritage students?
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. What we do regularly is there are updates to the course catalog every year with small revisions. And so I think it would probably make the most sense is after the 3 years to make that adjustment, because we will have the two teachers for the 3 years with Innovation Fund funding. And
I want to endorse what David said.
Can you help me
Can I say
understand
something,
why
David?
we wouldn't make the change after year 3?
Sure, go ahead, Ellen.
So David and Mariah, I would say almost all of the courses that the 21st Century Fund have put forward have come in this way with two teachers. And they have all gone to one teacher after the funding went away. So for FYI.
We've had extensive conversations this year about these issues, and it was part of, even if a minor part of, what we heard about going on at the beginning of the year with the high school, and we discussed that. And I just think, since it doesn't change what your plans are to not have it in the course catalog, you're still going to do that. I don't see why we can't just make the changes David suggests. It doesn't change what you're doing or the funding model, but it does make it clear from the, like, it doesn't embed it in the text that can accidentally get carried forward.
I just want to pipe in to endorse this course itself. It seems like a meaningful differentiation in world language learning at the high school, and also to really embody a culturally responsive curriculum in that it celebrates and engages with the prior cultural experience of the learners. So it seems like, and in the DESE position paper on heritage learning, it calls out the lack of pedagogies and resources available to courses like this. So it seems like exactly the kind of area that could produce real innovation. So I see this as a place where BHS can really innovate and lead. So I think it's a pretty exciting course offering.
So another question I have regarding who would be eligible for this. So it says a prerequisite intermediate low proficiency in Spanish. So it's not that you are required to be a heritage speaker. If someone shows a certain level of proficiency, that student would be eligible regardless?
Yeah, I think that the class is certainly designed.
No, it wasn't. I asked that question, and it's not about proficiency, right? It's not about having the proficiency level to be eligible for the course.
There's a combination of factors. When Rachel described it, the department chair for world language, Rachel Io, there are students who are heritage speakers who have a very high level of proficiency. They can often, even as a 9th grader or a 10th grader, jump right into Spanish 4 or even Spanish AP. And so this course really wouldn't meet their needs. And then there are heritage speakers who have a very low level of proficiency. Their needs are often met in maybe our Spanish 2 or 3 course already. So it is really designed for a target. I don't believe that we would turn students away who might qualify in other ways. But I think the key really is that it is designed for students who are heritage speakers, knowing that who qualifies as a heritage speaker is a wide range of folks from a variety of backgrounds.
But if someone has no Spanish-speaking background in terms of family or life experience, that student would be turned away?
I don't know that they would be turned away. I don't know that the class would be a good fit for them, though.
Sarah? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I'm good.
All right, Sarah?
I really want to applaud the Innovation Fund for having the two teachers. I think that one of the things that will go on after this class has been taught is that collaboration that happens between the two teachers, where the world language teacher will learn about the literacy piece from the English teacher, and the ELA teacher will learn from the Spanish teacher about like teaching culture and all of that. So really excited about this.
Anyone else? Mariah?
This is a little bit of an aside, Gabe, so I apologize. But this is a cool class in general, as was just mentioned by everybody. And I was just wondering, and maybe this is even a question for curriculum, if this came up of other areas we're doing this. So for example, if there's any plans to do this in, for example, Chinese, did this come up? Oh, did you? What was the answer? Or should Gabe repeat it? Go ahead, Gabe, sorry.
Yeah, no, the question did came up, right? And I think in some ways I would welcome creating that course. I think what we see, and this is somewhat anecdotal, I don't know that we've thoroughly studied this, but what we see is that heritage speakers of languages like Chinese often have a higher level of reading and writing ability in that language, whereas students who have heritage Spanish experience tend to have lower levels of literacy in that language. And so the need profile tends to be different.
Well, I would just say to that, it's great that the need profile is different. As the parent of a child who was in Chinese 2 and was the only non-native speaker of Chinese in the class, it's clear that there is some sort of mismatch of what's going on there, and it's an opportunity to serve students who are native speakers and non-native speakers better. So I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, and I think there's a fair question too of like staffing capacity, right? The Spanish department is just much larger than the Chinese department. And so like the ability to dedicate staff to this is slightly different.
So the course sounds really fantastic. I don't really have any issues with the substance of it. It's very exciting, and I like some of the proposed readings that I see. But beyond the co-teaching model language being baked in, I am concerned from an equity perspective about who's going to be allowed into this class, because precisely as a result of the materials being so excellent, I wouldn't necessarily want to shut out the opportunity for those who are not of Hispanic heritage to learn about the culture and to have those interactions. And I see some benefit there as well. And I'm a little nervous about creating classes that are going to be exclusive based on someone's background.
I recognize that and I understand that. And I think, again, unfortunately, Rachel is not able to speak to the range of classes we have in the Spanish department. I think if there were seats available, we would be open to that. There are a number of offerings like Spanish 4 or Spanish 4 film that meet a variety of needs. I think you know, the team is planning to do specific work about like what it means to be a heritage speaker, right? And kind of the specific experience of heritage speakers as a core part of the class. And so again, you know, we don't, generally speaking, in most classes have particular prerequisites, right? Or particular barriers to students. And I think a student who is not a heritage speaker may not have the class may not be a good fit for them, right? I don't know that they'd have a good experience because it's not designed that way.
Natalia?
And something that we discussed in curriculum is that heritage speakers often have a mismatch between their kind of, say, comprehension. You might have really strong comprehension and terrible like writing, right? And so that's not usual for students who have gone through learning in school in a traditional curriculum, because you're kind of taught everything at the same time. So I could see, you know, both from a, you know, might have really high comprehension, and that's why it's, you know, they're not being served. They might test into a Spanish 1 because they can't write or read, and it's unfair for those students. But I think, Gabe, as long as the course is described and people are told that this really is for heritage speakers and the students understand, I don't think too many would self-select. And if they do, I think we should have it open. But I think it would, you know, just making sure that people understand what is meant, the students know who this is geared to and why, then I think you wouldn't have self-selection.
Mariah?
I think maybe part of it is this question of heritage too. And the question is really, how is the course designed for what kind of student profile? Not necessarily the heritage bit, right? Like you could, I'll think about my own language learning and with Portuguese, and I'm not a heritage speaker and I was essentially illiterate but could communicate. So I sort of meet your characteristics that you're describing here. So is it really about that type of learning experience as opposed to someone's familial background and whether we're gatekeeping that background?
So I think the distinction is that like heritage language proficiency or heritage language is like an academic term in language learning, right? So it really does refer to people who have built language proficiency typically at home or again in a community setting, not in a formal academic setting, right? So I am a heritage learner of English and I have formal English language learning, right? So I have both. And so again, I can imagine a number of edge cases that would have to be considered about, you know, a student enrolling in this class or choosing to enroll in this class. And, you know, there are certainly folks who have heritage language experience, maybe through a parent who would present like I do, right, as white. So it's not necessarily about someone's race or ethnicity or country of origin. It is about kind of how they've acquired language and that component of it. So I think it's differentiating heritage as we might use that in kind of day-to-day speak and heritage language learning.
I mean, when they came up with this grant or application to the Innovation Fund, Rachel and the team felt that there was a need for this. Now, maybe there won't be, but that's what they're saying. They're saying, we think there's a population that this will really help and address. This is where we're going first. You know, if there are empty seats, I'm sure they would open up more, but they think there's a population at the high school that would really fit what they're looking for, that it would really help them, help that group of students.
Yeah, and based on discussions with students and some of the general placement work, they predict about 80 students would be eligible for these two classes. Obviously, not all of those students would choose to take it, right? They may choose other interest in other languages. But we do think that we could fill two classes in a robust way.
But what is the basis of determining that the group is 80? There must have been some way of measuring that. So what did you look at to determine that they're 80?
Yeah, so Rachel and the World Language team, along with deans and counselors at the high school, have looked both like at you know, students in language classes, also, you know, counselors who know their students very well, you know, who kind of describe like, oh, this student, you know, has proficiency in Spanish, but like doesn't want to take Spanish because they feel like it's almost like baby level for them. So they're choosing another language, but they would really love to take a class in language. They've been looking at this for a couple of years and again, have really gone almost by hand with students, also discussed with both students and the teachers who are involved with the African American and Latinx Scholars Program, right, where a number of students have expressed desire for this. And it's actually, we had a Spanish class for native Spanish speakers back in the 90s. And so this is in some ways like revitalizing that with a more robust approach.
Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Sarah.
And Gabe, I think another way of sort of getting at that is to talk about the sequence, right? So when somebody's an 8th grader and they're a heritage learner, when they go to the high school, Spanish 2 doesn't really suit them. So sometimes when that student is being placed, they'd say, well, I kind of want to join the junior year Spanish class or the senior year Spanish class. And what was the kind of the way that they were decided to not do that is people would say to them, well, you'll be in that class with much older kids and doesn't really suit you. And so some kids were sort of dissuaded. So if you think about the sequence here, that 8th grade heritage language learner would have these 2 years for 9th and 10th, and then maybe go back into to do 11th and 12th with the regular sort of Spanish program. Whereas a non-native speaker, I think it might kind of not fit into the sequence anywhere.
Yeah, the intent is that this would essentially allow heritage speakers to kind of dovetail into Spanish 4-5 or Spanish AP in their junior and senior year, and build their skills along a different path. Because I mean, as Stephen was acknowledging, right, it's a differentiated path for students with a different set of needs.
Can I put it?
Let's just Helen hasn't spoken yet on this. Helen?
Yes. So one of the things that I might suggest, Gabe, is next year to the curriculum committee, you would come back and give us a report on how many kids signed up, who they were, and we can answer the questions that David has in terms of how this is working or not working. I mean, just as we've asked with other new courses, to come back and tell us, how's it working? How's it going?
And one quick clarification, the intent is to do just the year 1 class next year, and then add the year 2 class the following year. And then in year 3, both classes would run it again. And then after year 3, right, the Innovation Fund funding would go away. We would go down to 1 teacher in each class.
Mariah, and then Stephen.
Gabe, I'm wondering, based on what you and Sarah are saying, if you can't just make the prerequisite clearer that it's high oral proficiency, but intermediate low sort of writing and reading proficiency, because it's sort of making it static across their entire proficiency. But the point is, isn't it, that they can speak, but they can't read and write?
No. So one of my takeaways from reading that DESI literature review is that there just isn't a single definition of heritage language learning, that there seems to be 2 categories of it. One is proficiency based, but one is identification with the heritage itself. And the course creation around those seems to be, it's not,
doesn't matter.
It's not homogenous.
Very good.
So that's why my takeaway from that last conversation was less about proficiency and more about what I felt like you were just describing it as a more bespoke course, where like the last thing that we want to be doing, I think, is having like demographic selection criteria for this course. This isn't an extension of an affinity space into an academic course. This is a differentiation of world language learning that's meaningful in a culturally responsive curricular way, right? Like that to me seems like a meaningful innovation at BHS. And so that's, I support that kind of experience. I think your reservation, David, is right on. Like, we don't want to make it an exclusive academic experience so that curious learners who don't have certain demographic qualities are excluded from that academic space. But we do want to support that kind of differentiation and innovation to support that differentiation. That to me sounds like true equity in the sense of supporting cultural responsiveness. I know I sound like word salad like right now, but this all makes sense in my head.
I totally agree with you, Stephen. It's not the course I object to. It's that it sounds like it's exclusionary, and I'm very uncomfortable with that we're going to be selecting who goes into a class based on identity, as you're just saying. So if someone who has Mariah's experience is not eligible because she doesn't happen to have Spanish blood in her lineage, but someone who is and maybe doesn't speak the language at all can be in the class, that makes me very uncomfortable. So I don't really like how this is worded.
Too. I mean, we have to stop short of demographic selection criteria for an academic class. That should never be. Is that explicit? Is that really true? I thought it's more, I thought in the explicit non-decision between whether it's a proficiency selection criteria or an identification with a heritage, there's more of a, is the student right for the class? Let me encourage the student to take it or not.
I think so one of the keys that we discussed at subcommittee was that for a student with no language proficiency, this class would not be appropriate, regardless of their background. Right.
But what about like a baby Mariah, like someone who's like really strong in Portuguese, has taken a bunch of trips to Brazil, and is starting to identify with that culture? Like, what about that kid?
Yeah.
Would there be a seat for that kid in the class?
I mean, just realistically, right? I think that's an edge case that we would have to figure out at the school level. I mean, we have instances like that in general. We don't tend to have a ton of prerequisites at Brookline High. And there are students who want to sign up for a class that maybe they haven't taken the formal or informal prerequisite. And our counseling department and deans and curriculum chairs work with that. Again, I don't.
Yeah, I guess I would support David's position in that we would support a curious student like that in admission to a course, and that we would avoid having selection criteria that's affinity based.
To be fair,
rather that's demographic based. The affinity based is stronger.
to be fair, when Gabe was describing it, he didn't describe it in terms of demographic. He said somebody who's been exposed to a Spanish-speaking situation. So, that person could be non-Latinx too.
But when we asked about concrete examples, we're being told it's an edge case and that we don't really know for sure. So it does appear that identity is a major factor to this. And again, I like the substance of the class. I just don't want us to be exclusionary. We would never do this in any other ambit. We wouldn't say that African American studies are only for those of African American heritage, or that Asian American classes can only be for Asians. So this is going in the wrong direction, in my view, if we frame it in that manner.
And I don't think that Gabe did frame it in that manner.
I'm not saying he did. I'm not accusing him of it, but just the way that this is written and how we're looking at who will be eligible for it, it does sound that it could have the impact of being exclusionary. And that's
Okay, so
concerning. I understand that the motivation is to serve a population in need. I'm totally fine with that. I just want it to be open to everybody. That's all.
Great. Now I
If
understand that you're not against the
100
motivation.
people sign up for it, great.
You're not against the motivation. You're just wanting for a better description.
Correct.
Do we need to approve this tonight, or can we request a better description to come back to us?
I think the key from a timing standpoint is that the course catalog and student selection begins in the next couple of weeks.
Well, we meet next week.
We could see.
It has to be published. Kids have to be able to see it.
Yeah, but he said it starts in 3 weeks, and this is only a week away. I mean,
I can look up the exact timeline. I don't have it memorized. But it is, I know for 8th grade, it is on Monday is when selection opens. It's a little bit different for 10 through 12.
Natalia?
David, are there particular, I'm sorry.
Sorry, we'll get.
I was going to say,
Can I
I
make
think
a
we.
su-
Let's just go in order. We'll have Natalia, and then Suzanne, then Helen. Go ahead.
So we all agree that this is a good idea, right? As a course. So it's the description that is the problem and the exclusion criteria. And I agree. And I think, Gabe, when you said that heritage is about learning in the community, someone who is Greek, who grew up in Latin America and then came to Brookline, would have learned and never had official, schooling, but picked up Spanish, would be a heritage by definition Spanish speaker, even though their identity wouldn't be. So maybe there's some way, and I do think that I understand what you're saying, that it's different abilities, but I don't actually think they're, what I heard was that they're not going to have people who have 0 or people who are super proficient. They're just going to go into the AP. So it is kind of this mid-level intermediate. And so I don't know. I mean, I think we all agree that it's a good idea to have the course, and I wouldn't want us to not say that. So is there a way to vote on the, no? Okay.
But if I can, I think we may just have different mental models of what a heritage learner is. Because I think, right, Natalia, your example was really helpful, right? Similarly, like, again, my background, I am white, I am, Irish and Eastern European, like genetic descent. Had I maybe spent my middle school years in a Latin American country or a Spanish, some Spanish speaking country, and I come to Brookline High after that, I would be a Spanish speaker, right? Or a heritage speaker, right? Or I may have a mixed level of formal education. And so it's not about somebody's national origin or national heritage in that sense. Again, it's this definition of heritage language speaking or heritage language proficiency that is about this informal development of language, right? Again, if I never took an English class, I would be I'm a heritage learner of English. I think it's about language facility. It's not about other aspects of your identity, right? As Stephen was saying, it's not demographic. And the students we have who have expressed this need happen to be Latinx.
all I'm asking is, can we just conclude this?
No, I would like to move it now. I don't have any problem with the course description as it's written, so I would rather just vote it now or put it to a vote now.
It seems like it has a majority. That's fine. But all right, so Andy moves it. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
I'll second.
Sam seconds it. Mariah, your vote.
I'm going to vote no for the reasons discussed and not because of the merits of the idea.
Natalia?
Yes.
Stephen?
No.
Andy?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote no, also for the reasons that discussed. I just don't want to have even the perception of being exclusionary. But again, I do like the underlying substance of the course. That's not in dispute with any of us, I don't think.
So can we ask you, Gabe, to work on the language before you publish it? Like, having heard this mixed discussion, like, we voted in, but if you have the opportunity, please do before it gets published. Or no, or Andy feels like this is the language.
My motion was to
Keep the language
adopt
as
this
is?
course
Okay,
like as
okay.
described.
Okay, as described.
So we
already
can't even put in a definition of heritage speakers because that's sort of like, it's okay. I mean, I guess we voted it.
You could have
but
amended, you could have proposed an amendment to that effect.
I guess.
And you didn't.
I didn't. Yep.
All right. So now we will move on to, oh, I'm sorry, we have another course, correct?
We do.
Go ahead.
And I will certainly take the feedback, the committee's feedback to Anthony and Rachel and consider it for how we advertise the course and how we talk to students. Thank you. So the
Can I
other
ask one
course-
question? We talked about removing the mention of the two teachers. Andy, is it exactly as written with the mention of the two teachers, or were you removing the two teacher description?
I wasn't meaning to remove the two teachers, and it's been described this way in the past. And Gabe outlined the usual procedure, which is after 3 years, that part of it can go away.
All right, so our next course.
Yep. So the second course is what we're calling History and Science of Gender and Sexuality. And I really do just have the course description, and similar, in some ways similar to the other course. This is a kind of reimagining of a course we've had. We've had a sort of history of gender and sexuality course in the past. We haven't run it for a few years. And so this is also funded by the Innovation Fund. This was actually voted by the Innovation Fund last year, but or funded by them last year, but the course, it was part of a larger program. So the course doesn't come online until next year, which is why we're bringing it now. And so similarly, this is designed as an interdisciplinary course. Sort of the intent is that with a social studies teacher and a science teacher together, we can sort of blend. So for example, like while studying perhaps the AIDS crisis, right, we can bring in some of the science of AIDS research to kind of, again, hopefully draw some more interest in the course and think about things a little bit differently. This is designed as primarily a senior elective, although we're kind of willing to open it to grades 11 and 12 based on discussions with the teachers and also the department chairs. So Ed Weiser in science and Jen Martin in social studies. They really do predict that it will be seniors who are kind of able to fit the course into their schedule. In social studies and science, we only have 3 years course requirements. And so the 4th year is sort of an open elective in both departments. Again, like it's an open course. It's kind of fits in particularly for the social studies department. Senior year has a number of electives that sort of follow various interests. So we have the African American Studies course that you all looked at previously. We have AP Human Geography, we have government, we have economics, we have psychology. There's a whole range of courses. And so this would kind of fit into that. And again, we predict that this might pull from other classes, and so that we wouldn't necessarily need to add sections. And again, after the Innovation Fund funding is done, it would go down to 1 teacher. We predict that it will land in the social studies department, not the science department.
And this course used to exist, right?
Yeah, it hasn't been taught for, I want to say 3 or 4 years at least, if not longer. It used to be a semester course, and that was part of the enrollment challenge. There's just like semester social studies courses don't fit kids' schedules well. And so we think adding science will both increase some interest as well as broaden the content to really fill out a year-long course.
All right, any other questions? Helen?
Helen, you're muted.
I second.
Thank you, Gabe, for letting me know. You could read my lips. I said, I move we accept the course.
All right, and Stephen seconds. Mariah, your vote?
I didn't get to ask my question, so I abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nope, I abstain.
All right. Natalia?
I'm sorry, Mariah. I didn't mean to. I couldn't see that you had a question.
Well, you can ask your question. I thought we were done with questions. That's all. I wasn't intentionally trying to avoid you. Go ahead.
My question was that we've heard in 2 different courses about, we had the AP African American Studies course a couple of weeks ago or so that was about also, this isn't the right term, but well, attracting students from AP Human Geo, and this one is too. And I'm just sort of wondering about what does it mean to have a department that's doing 2 courses at the same time? How do all those balances happen in 1 year when there's multiple courses being piloted in one department like that, and how it helps us control class sizes, given that both are borrowing, so to speak, from Human Geo?
Sure. And it may not just be Human Geo, right? There's a number of options in 12th grade. They're likely being taught by different teachers. So I know Jen hasn't specifically identified someone for AP African American Studies. The teacher for this one has been identified. And again, like all Innovation Fund courses, these are really coming from the teachers. And so these are folks who are excited. This is someone who's excited to do this and do the design. And frankly, like any of the sort of elective courses, it will only run if there's enrollment, right? And so if we don't see enrollment, the course won't run. And but we can't really put it in the catalog until we have the approval. And so
Thank you.
It remains to be seen, and Jen will decide through sectioning.
Natalia?
I wish I had brought this up in curriculum when there was somebody here. I'm just rereading it and being very conscious of kind of the politics of, like, science of gender doesn't make sense to me. Science of sex makes sense to me. So I would want to say the history and science of gender, sex, and sexuality, because gender is a social construct, not a biological one. So the science of gender to me could be problematic. So can I propose, now that Andy made the idea that people can propose an amendment, like, would it be really problematic to add the history and science of gender, comma, sex and sexuality course description?
I don't believe
In
so.
the, and just adding the word sex, gender, sex, and sexuality, because those are 3 different.
Just following up.
In
on
the
that,
first sentence,
was
too,
that, was that considered as a course title, or was there a reason that gender was selected?
Unfortunately, because I'm representing the work of other folks, I can't speak to whether it was thought of before. Again, I'm happy to kind of take that back. I would, to the team, I would also probably want to work the description a bit to distinguish it from, like, health and sex ed, right? Just because the word sex has multiple meanings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would support a motion to bring the title of the course back as an amendment to the main motion.
I am a little concerned, though, about Gabe's point regarding the potential confusion about sex being more about a health class.
Do you mean,
type.
can we just call it like biological sex?
Sure, biological sex. So there might be some confusion there. So without hearing from those who are involved in the course construction about why they chose to do it this way, I'd be a little nervous about switching the title on them.
Can I sort of try and thread the needle
Yeah.
Go ahead, Helen.
so that we can approve the course, because we're all in favor of the course? We're just talking about the title. Could you bring this back to the team if they feel comfortable with it? We'll go with the title that we just that Natalia just suggested. They may not have thought in those terms. And if not, I still don't think the title, well, I don't know, Natalia, then it's up to you what you want to do with it.
Well, I mean, I teach courses on gender, sex, and health, and there's a big, at least in public health, you really differentiate between, you know, your sex is both your biological, kind of how your hormones, your, you know, and there is a biological basis to sex, but there really isn't to gender expression. And you could use sex-linked biology if you wanted to get, you know, specific and, you know, social expressions of gender, but it doesn't, like, I think it's just like, it would be really problematic to say the science of gender without having sex there. So I feel kind of strongly,
I
but we
accept your friendly amendment.
yeah, and in
Okay.
the first sentence too. And I think then I assume the team, having heard the history of this course, would agree, and it's just an
Yeah,
oversight.
I think the distinction is important, and I fully expect that they intend to make that part of the class. I'm wondering if there's an option of you all, not that I can necessarily propose a motion, but if you all can vote in a way that would allow us to bring a revised title that could then be sort of almost like consent agenda instead of like re-presenting.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make an alternate motion to approve the course and for you to bring a title back to us next time? Yeah, but I'm making the motion to do it.
But we first have to vote on my motion that I accepted.
Do you
with
want
a
to
friendly-
keep your motion, Helen?
Do you want to keep it? You rescind it? Up to you.
I just want to make less work for our staff. So if there's a way to, well, only if, are you talking about bringing it back as the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay,
Just on the title and the first sentence.
Okay, and that you don't have to come for, Gabe.
Right.
Okay.
I second that.
And Helen, you've rescinded yours? You're okay with this?
I have.
Okay. All right. Mariah, you're.
Yes.
Natalia.
Yes.
Stephen.
Yes.
Andy.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
And I also vote yes.
But just so I make sure I get the right information back to Anthony and the team, can we clarify what I need to do next?
So adding
Just
sex
give
to
them the
the
new
title.
name.
David, why wouldn't you say that basically Gabe is sort of explaining what the concern was, the team can consider it, and then they'll bring back whether it's what Natalia proposed or some other alternative that reflects the expressed concern.
That's fine.
Got it. And just again, make sure I'm on the right page. There's a meeting next Thursday, and so we're going to try to get it for that timeline.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
And maybe, Gabe, if it was helpful, like if someone from that group wanted to talk to Natalia in the meantime, then that would probably help. If they were.
I don't predict an issue with it.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, so I relay it correctly.
All right. So with that, thank you very much. Sorry, this got a little more contentious than we thought it would be, but we like both courses. Next, we will go to proposed revision of the PSB wellness policy.
David,
Yes.
can I interrupt you for a second?
Go
We
ahead.
are an hour and 10 minutes late. We have an executive session yet tonight. I'm wondering if we can just deal with the things that we have to do today because we have a meeting next week.
We
That
can
would be
go.
nice.
We can go quickly, but let's just see if this is going to be something controversial or quick. I think it could be very quick. You don't think so? No.
No, not with this group.
Right. We do have staff present. Not to discount what you're going to have to say, but do others have concerns with the wellness policy? No. All right. I think we should at least let Mariah say what her issue is, but then we'll. Go ahead, Mariah.
My issue's it's in the comment on the sidebar on page 3, the 20 minutes for lunch. And I just want to read from the CDC website that my comment is that first one there. And I just want to read from the CDC website. Schools can help teach students the importance of eating healthier by making lunch, I guess, fun and easy to do. Schools can provide nutrition education, give students opportunities to try new foods before they appear on the menu, and ensure that students have at least 20 minutes once they are seated, seat time, to enjoy their meal and socialize. What is seat time? Seat time is different than from the total time for the lunch period and does not include waiting in line to select and pay for the meal. This distinction between adequate seat time and the length of the meal period overall is important because many activities can shorten time to eat, including using the restroom, hand washing, walking to where the meal is served, waiting in line, selecting items for the meal, waiting to pay, walking to the table, socializing with friends, and busting trays after the meal. Are schools providing enough seat time for lunch? About 1/2 of school districts nationwide do not require or recommend that schools provide students with at least 20 minutes to eat lunch once they receive their meal. Some students also report that insufficient time to eat is a key reason for not participating in the school lunchtime. What are the benefits of more time for lunch? I promise I'll stop reading soon. Studies have shown that providing more time for lunch is associated with the following: increased consumption of food and key nutrients, increased selection of a fruit, increased consumption of fruits and vegetables, lunch entree and milk, decreased plate waste. And I just want to highlight that all of this has citations for peer-reviewed evidence-based research that's provided by the CDC. So I personally feel very uncomfortable with the idea that we are providing 20 minutes for lunch total, and that includes all the time to get your meal and everything else, and it doesn't follow these national best practices that we should be observing.
Okay, Sarah?
I have a clarification question for you, Mariah. So like when students, would you like that to be seat time? Because in my experience, if there is the opportunity to have lunch and to have recess, it is very hard to have a child just sit there for the full time before allowing the child to go to recess. So how would you want that to go?
I agree that it's complicated because I think that the principals or some of the staff are concerned about basically, for whatever reason, all the students go out at the same time, so they're having to hold some kids. But I do think that there's an issue here if we're not providing enough time. If it takes kids 5 or 10 minutes to get through, what does it mean if a kindergartner takes them 10 minutes to get through lunch and then there's only 10 minutes for the meal itself? So I don't like the language as it is.
So you acknowledge the difficulty of having the child that is already done sit there. So you're not saying that you want everybody to sit for 20 minutes. You're saying that you want the period to be that long.
I'm saying that I want kids to have the sufficient time to be able to eat.
To have the opportunity to have that much time. But if they get out of their seat and go to recess, you're okay with that too?
Yes.
All right, anyone else? Okay, Suzanne moved the question. Do we have a second? No seconds. Stephen, you have a comment?
Is there a reason not to bring this up to the CDC language?
So the concern is about we only have so many minutes in the day, and to ensure that everyone has at least 20 minutes seated for lunch would create a logistical complication with getting to the next period, because kids are in line for some period of time. And so the practical reality is that to guarantee those 20 minutes, you have to take away from something else. And we already have a lot of pressure in the day.
Doesn't that suggest a problem with our scheduling though?
That's what I said. That's my note. I said, if the reason for the wording change is due to the school day being too short, then we should fix the problem, not let the tail wag the dog.
Right.
Well, the principals are the ones who have said that this is really difficult for them. This was their feedback.
Right, and fixing the problem would be another negotiation to extend the school day, if that's what you're suggesting.
I find it gruesome that in the United States, we have people who are essentially all the time working through their school day or their regular work day. And to me, this is just more of the perpetuation of like, gobble a sandwich at your desk while you continue to do things. And we know it's unhealthy. We know it creates bad, disordered eating. And I don't know why we're starting it for kids who are 5 years old off the bat. And I recognize that it's a logistical challenge. And I think that as we are trying to do a whole child wellness kind of approach to things, like this is cutting it off at the knees.
I guess that, I was asking you questions and I wasn't really expressing my own point of view. It is really tough to get kids to just sit there and not do anything if they don't need the full amount of time. So I'm not really going to go to bat for having kids have that full time unless you're talking like that sort of melds into recess and those who want to go can go. Then I can be comfortable with it, but I just don't really see having a child sit there, at a cafeteria table for a full period, a full 20 minutes.
All right, so I'll go ahead and second Suzanne's motion. Mariah, your vote?
This is really my night. I look like the ogre of school committee tonight. Nope.
Natalia?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Andy,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. All
And I
right.
suggest next time we go to visit schools, we go during lunchtime.
And thank you to staff for waiting so long. We didn't even go to you tonight, but wellness has passed, so thank you for all your hard work on this. All right, next, I actually want to try, I'm going to go a little bit out of order because I think these next two could be very fast. Or are they not? So Val's not here, but we could do this one in probably a minute.
Which one?
So discussion and possible vote on 2024 legislative priorities. The Government Relations Subcommittee met and made the following recommendations: that the legislative priorities for 2024 be support for school-based early childhood programs, universal free school meals, support for Governor Healy's proposed literacy launch, full stable funding for METCO, support for the Municipal Empowerment Act, support to eliminate MCAS as a graduation requirement, and Chapter 70 funding to increase it. Those are essentially the legislative priorities recommendations.
They're more on the back.
Oh, sorry. There we go. Support for Senate Bill 309, an act establishing a special commission to review the adequacy and equity of the Massachusetts School Building Program, full funding for the Student Opportunity Act, further fund special education, and electric bus grants or subsidies. Are we happy with these to present to our legislators?
I'll move it.
Suzanne moves it. Do we have a second? Natalia seconds it. Mariah, your vote?
Yes.
Natalia?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. And then another one that I think we can get through quickly: discussion and possible vote to approve memorandum of agreement with AFSCME, food service workers. Any questions on
I
that?
believe it's just one position.
One position?
That's, we voted on earlier,
Right.
maybe last year.
Yes, high school
I'll
chef.
move it.
Helen moves it. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Suzanne seconds it. Mariah, your vote?
This is just removing the position.
Yes.
To confirm. Okay, yep, yes.
Natalia?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. And with that, now we'll go to discussion of the strategic plan. And my intention is we'll skip school committee liaisons unless someone has something really burning to say. And that should get us hopefully a little closer to on track. Go ahead. And thank you for your patience.
Hi, everyone. So there's really only one change, and you have it in front of you, which is the rewording of Goal 1, which we spent a lot of time 2 weeks ago about this time trying to wordsmith. So Goal 1 has been through a little bit of an evolution. It started out as increase achievement for students by establishing, implementing, and regularly assessing an equitable, cohesive, culturally relevant, consistent, standards-based curriculum in ELA, math, science, social studies, and world language, delivered using evidence-based, culturally responsive instruction. We had some feedback that seemed like a word salad, which it is a bit of a word salad. At our last meeting, we tried to simplify it to increase achievement for each and every student by holding high academic expectations. We felt that put too much on the student, not so much on the inputs that we as a district were going to have. So what you have in front of you is version 3, which is increase achievement for all students by establishing, implementing, and regularly assessing a consistent, high-quality, challenging curriculum delivered using evidence-based practices. So that is the big change from what you've seen and what we've discussed prior to this.
All right, thank you. Any comments, questions? Suzanne? Looks
I'll
like you wanted to
I'll
speak.
move it.
Move it.
I'll move
I'll
accepting this
second it and I like it.
district strategic plan.
One seconds it. Any discussion before taking the vote? Stephen?
Okay, so we're now voting on the entire strategic plan.
Yes.
Okay. Before we do, bearing in mind Vinay's public comment tonight that we're moving into implementing with excellence and fidelity now, I just have a question about moving forward with the strategic plan. I think, and also bearing in mind Helen's frequent admonishments to me that this is a living document, that we have opportunities to amend and improve. I appreciate those reminders. I just want to hear that a little bit more concretely, because I've struggled with this document for the alignments between the school committee's values and goals and the values and goals in here. I sometimes still struggle to see how the inputs line up with the outputs and the outcomes, especially around goal 1, teaching and learning. Going forward, can I just hear a little bit, Dr. Guillory, about your vision for how this document is going to be a living document? I just want to be reassured a bit that there's further opportunity to turn this into and to improve alignment and to make the work plan line up.
Thank you. So I appreciate, again, the committee, the planning committee that worked, put their time and effort in, the staff that have worked on this, as well as the feedback that we've gotten from the community, those that were interested in providing feedback. This notion of this being a living, breathing document, I think Vinay summed it up nicely in this notion of we will be looking for identifying the accountability aspects of it, timelines, and the specific goals and measures. In doing that, we are now shining a light on areas that need a targeted improvement within our organization. And in doing so, it will be an opportunity to say, if we feel that we are hitting a target, then what's the next level that we need to dig in on that? If we're not hitting a target, what are additional resources or what adjustments do we need to make in order to provide the support to those students or those goals that we're looking to charge there? So the notion of that we will be visiting the strategic plan or our progress towards achieving those goals on an ongoing and frequent manner, with providing updates as needed where practical, but then also using data to better inform our decision. What are the data points that we're going to be studying? What are the dashboards that are going to be used to communicate and show our progress as well? And then use this as an opportunity to further align and refine this organization, because we tend to want to do a lot of things all the time, which means that fewer things get done extremely well. So it doesn't mean that we stop doing many things, but what are those things that we're going to intensely focus on? And so this notion of visiting and engaging with this as a living, breathing document does mean just that. And so it's a slightly different way of doing business with some things, but I think this is an opportunity for us to learn together and explore this with these targeted goals as well. A lot of work around literacy that, we're talking about a new ELA curriculum. That in and of itself is going to provide some learning opportunities and learning challenges, which means that we'll have to adjust from time to time our targets and those types of things, but we're still going to maintain a laser focus on our overall goals there. Hopefully that provides some clarity.
Mariah?
Just first, maybe I missed it. For specifics though, is this document being revisited every year to see if we tweak, or only at the end of the period and then we tweak, or?
Yearly.
Yearly, okay.
Yes.
Okay, but hopefully in a much more abbreviated manner to like tweak course as opposed to. Okay.
Right, and we chose 3 years on this rather than 5 for that specific reason. And if you all will recall that we haven't had a strategic plan in a number of years. So this wasn't the idea to get the golden book figured out right now, but this is an opportunity also for us to engage in learning as well in terms of rebuilding a plan. And there are still elements that folks want to see. What's the long range financial plan? What's the long range capital plan? So this isn't in totality, but we needed to start somewhere. And this is that starting point for us.
You've just said what I needed to hear in order to vote for it, because I was going to say next that I couldn't vote for this because I hadn't started out the process with you, and there were so many things along the way that I didn't really quite feel had been resolved. And so it felt a little bit like it was going through too quickly, even though we've spent so much time on it. But with what you've just said, I'm now able to vote for it. So thank you for that.
I also want to reiterate what Stephen said in terms of echoing the comments we had earlier from Vinay Gidwani about the importance of not letting problem definition take away from effective implementation. We have spent a lot of time around wordsmithing and looking at Picayune details, and there is some importance to doing that, but by the same token, this is supposed to be sort of a macro level look at the direction we're going in and what our values are. It is a living document, as Helen and others have mentioned. We are going to be looking at this periodically as we go forward on it. And I think the more important work actually begins once we've approved the strategic plan in terms of figuring out the how do we get there? And that's sort of the next major piece. So I do appreciate the concerns and comments we heard from the community, but I think a lot of those issues we heard are going to be addressed in this very next phase. But we're not going to get there if we continue to wordsmith. Anyone else? All right, so did someone move it? Suzanne moved it. Do we have a second? Helen seconded. Okay, Mariah?
Yes.
Natalia?
Yes.
Stephen?
Abstain.
Andy?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right, and with that, we will move to subcommittee and liaison reports, but very abbreviated, only if someone has something really burning to share. And no one does. Excellent. So we will then go to new business. Any new business? See, go ahead.
No, it's just a question to you, David. You know, I appreciated a lot of the public comments tonight around hate speech and bullying. Is that something that policy committee, like where can we take it further? Because I think
that would be something that goes through policy, and we can absolutely do that, yes.
I mean, if we can do it also jointly with the DEIJ, since a lot of it has to do with identity, I would appreciate that. But I think it's worthwhile having the conversation. I think
yes,
our town wants us to do it. So
definitely.
Great.
All right. So proposed executive session, I move that we meet in executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, for the following purposes. Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Brookline Educators Union, Unit A and Paraprofessional Unit, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining and litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. And purpose 7, to review and approve executive session minutes from the following meeting, October 26, 2023. Is there a second? Andy seconds. Mariah?
Yes.
Natalia?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and Stephen says yes. And Andy?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. And we will not be returning to open session. So for those of you watching in public, good night to you.
Recording stopped.